Welcome everyone to a special meeting of the Planning Commission on Wednesday, April the 20th. Ms. Kohler, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Could we have the roll call, please, Ms. Yao?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Newbold? Commissioner Perry?
Here.
And Chair McKinnon?
Present. Planning Director's report, please.
Good evening, Commission. Looking at our schedule over the next couple of months, we have another meeting next Wednesday, April 27th, for the St. John's DA amendment. That will be the only item on that agenda. No meeting on May 6th. Then we're back again on May 11th, and then also on May 18th. So next week, then we're off a week, then the next 2 weeks. Coming up at City Council, issues related to the Planning Commission, the Expo Parking Initiative that you reviewed will be looked at by the Council on May 10th. Also, the zoning ordinance cleanup and 500 Broadway. So all three of those items will be on May 10th. And then other events in the next month or so. A lot of these are related to the Esplanade and Expo opening. May 16th will be a opening for the Esplanade. That will be at 7:30 p.m. in the evening. And then May 20th, of course, is the Expo opening. And then June 5th is the Open Streets event. That's a Sunday, and that will be, I think I mentioned it previously. At that time, though, the streets were a little bit different. Now it's Main Street, Colorado, and Ocean will be closed. And that is it for our upcoming items. I also wanted to mention tonight that Steve Traeger is leaving the city. This Friday is his last day. And even though he's not here, I wanted to publicly thank him for all the work. He's been here about 10 years. He's done a really great job. We'll miss him. He's moving up to Seattle with his family. So he's done great work here. And sorry to see him go, but we want to wish him well.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you. Are there any Planning Commissioner announcements? No. Statements of official action. We have to vote on the 500 Broadway Development Agreement 13 DEV 008. Do I have a motion on that?
Can I just ask one quick question?
Please.
I know this, I bring this up every time and it's really boring, but have we ever actually found fossils in any of these sites? Because, well, the reason I'm asking is this property was developed in around by 1902 it was developed, and there were all these little houses. They were all torn down in the 60s for the parking lot that's there now. So it's never been dug. So to me, this is just really interesting. So I just like to sort of throw that out there into people's awareness that, you know, when you're digging holes in these kinds of sites in that part of downtown, it's interesting. That's all. Okay, now I'd like to make a motion to
Thank you for moving the
approve
motion,
this.
Commissioner Fresco. Seconded, Commissioner Kennedy. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? The motion is carried. We now move to the public hearing 8A, 1248 Fifth Street, Development Review and Variance Application. Do we have any ex parte communications at this stage? No. Could we have the report from the Planning Department, please? Yes, you are on.
Perfect. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Scott Albright, and I am a senior planner in the City Planning Division, and I'm here to represent to you the project that involves the former U.S. Post Office building at 1248 Fifth Street. Oops, there we go. You may recall that this project was presented to you back on March 16th. At that time, it was we discussed the three entitlements that will be associated with this project, which would be a development review permit, where you're asked to look for to determine that there's been integrated an addition to this post office building. The addition is approximately 12,642 square feet, 3 stories, and we have to make sure that it integrates nicely within the context of the historic building as well as within the surrounding context. Also associated with this particular development would be a parking variance where there has been a request to reduce the number of parking spaces from 48 to 25, and you are asked to again determine if there are unique circumstances to support this particular request. Finally, in terms of the environmental review that has occurred for the project, there is a mitigated negative declaration that has been circulated for public review and comment, and that of course identifies some of the environmental concerns and recommends mitigation to result in less than significant impacts to the project. Just to very, very quickly go through your review and comments on the March 16th at the public hearing. There was a consensus with regards to its historic and contextual compatibility. First of all, the Commission seemed to agree that this would be a model for adaptive reuse. You were pleased with the symmetrical massing and the sensitive placement of the addition towards the rear of the structure outside of the view shed of the typical pedestrian along the public streets. Again, it was visually understated so that the landmark would remain the dominant feature of the site. And then there was that consistency you believed in terms of scale, in terms of the neighborhood context. You did identify a number of concerns with regards to some of the building design, the colors and materials. There was a concern with the cladding and the ornamentation to make sure there's not a lot of ornamentation consistent with development practices of post offices back in the 1930s when this was developed in 1938. The landmark structure has a lot of vertical emphasis on it, and there was concern that the new construction had more of a horizontal emphasis placed on it. The fenestration needs to be consistent in terms of the new fenestration needed to be consistent with the old fenestration on the landmark building. There was uncertainty as to why there would be a water feature on this site. Although there was a historic fountain on the site, this one was a concern, particularly a runnel as a feature of that. There was a request or a consideration for solar control, particularly on the west and south elevations, to make sure that the building on the interior doesn't become truly unbearable with that summer sun coming on the inside. And then there was a proposal for an interpretive area. It was very clear by this commission that bike parking should not be a component of that interpretive area on the corner of the project site. So that's really with regards to the development review permit aspect of this particular application. From the parking variance request, the Commission seemed to concur that there are, in fact, special circumstances and unique hardships that do exist with this particular project. As we all know, it is a designated landmark that was designated in March of 2014. There's a preservation covenant that protects the historic lobby, the former lobby of the post office, that impacts the ability for the new tenant or any new tenant to make any alterations within that interior space. There are some general existing building constraints. There's a poured-in-place concrete basement that makes it very, very difficult to add any type of subterranean parking to the site. And then we have our general plan and zoning ordinance policies, which certainly encourage parking incentives, if you will, for historic landmarks. Associated with the variance request is a requirement as part of the findings for a transportation demand management program to be developed as part of this project. One of the really true highlights that I think the Commission was really happy with was the monthly allowance. There's a transportation allowance incentive of $230, which is 115% in excess of what is a standard transportation cashback option, if you will. And in addition, the applicant has also offered to seek the 23 spaces and do a search throughout the initially outside of the downtown core, and then if they are unsuccessful, they will seek those within the downtown core as well. The mitigated negative declaration has to be adopted or approved by this body before taking action on the project. So we had notified and circulated that on December 16th for 33 days. Cultural resource mitigation was the big primary concern of that. 18 measures and mitigation measures which are incorporated as part of your conditions of approval or draft conditions of approval were the most significant, and include the preparation of a HAB survey, which is a Historic American Building Survey, encourages the salvage and reuse of historic materials, and then again the inclusion of, interpretive signage, not commemorative signage. Sorry, Commissioner Fresco, and public art. So our recommendation at this particular time is to adopt a resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration, as well as the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Also approve the development review permit and the associated parking variance. We have worked, one of the concerns last time was the conditions of approval. We have refined the language with those and have circulated those with the applicant. And I believe they sent you some correspondence that indicates that they are supportive of those conditions of approval. With that, I will conclude the presentation and be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Are there questions? Commissioner Fresco.
I admit that I asked all my questions this afternoon, but I forgot to ask you this one. I know there were a lot. I had to understand everything. On page 5, it says, incentives and penalties were also not included in the TDM plan because of the development review permit and variance being requested by the applicant does not allow for the arbitrary application of a quantitative penalty for the employer not achieving AVR goals. What does that mean? I didn't understand that. Did you understand that?
I may need some help with that one as well.
So this has to do with the TDM plan. If the project does not meet the AVR goals established within the TDM ordinance, basically what the ordinance says is that there is this, there is no penalty established in the ordinance. So because this is a development review permit, we have negotiated in the development agreement context for penalties, but in an ordinance, it's not available there for us.
Okay.
Commissioner Newbold.
Thank you.
I just have a question about the TDMs. I understand that we are trying to give them lots of requirements because they're getting this parking variance, but I'm kind of wondering, it seems like a little bit overkill. We are requiring them to have a company car, a car share account. Some of these seem duplicative, is that a word?
Duplicative.
Duplicative. Also, the remote office, I guess there's a part of me that thinks some of that stuff is already addressed, and if we put too many silly, little things that we have to then monitor, it feels inefficient to me. So are these are things that, I mean, they're clearly fine. It sounds like they must be fine with this, but
They are.
Staff and the applicants have worked together to develop this list.
okay.
Commissioner Parry.
Yes, I'm relying on the condition that they get the 23 spots off-site and out of the downtown core in order to make the finding that it wouldn't be detrimental to the area. But the way that this is constructed, they have 180 days to find it, and then they can go deep into the downtown core if they like. So, like, as I look at that, I'm trying to reconcile, how do I make the finding if there is this out where they can get parking elsewhere if they have trouble finding it? Can you share staff's thinking on how that plays out?
Well, again, this was offered by the applicant as something for us to consider. We are going based on the fact that we do have unique circumstances applicable to the property. In terms of how the applicant is proposing to do and seek these additional, or the required 23 spaces, I think that's, to me, it seems like almost like a backup plan, but
Ms. Yao or Mr. Martin? Ms. Yao.
I think the way we read this is that obviously the variance is being requested because they don't have 23 spaces. Within the zoning code, you could provide off-site parking and not require the variance potentially. The other issue is that because of the conditions that were implemented here from the Planning Commission's recommendations, one of those was that the site be conveniently accessible to the project. So we were kind of struggling with trying to figure out, something that's conveniently accessible but might be outside the core. And, if that wasn't available, that, we wanted that option to be available, that be sort of within bikeable or walkable distance, and then it not be, I don't know, just put an example, like Lincoln in Colorado, for example, from the site, which would be outside of the core, and maybe it's the only available space they have, but it doesn't meet that condition of being conveniently accessible to the site necessarily. So we were trying to find kind of a happy medium here, that would get to the core of it. They have to demonstrate the good faith efforts to get it. It's not just waiting out a 180-day period. It's a documented and demonstrated efforts to obtain those spaces. And if they're able to prove that there really is no parking available, that only then would the option of looking in the core be a possibility.
So if you could elaborate on what the code currently says about the off-site parking option.
Mm-hmm. On the off-site, actually this one is this under prior code or new?
This is prior code.
Prior code. Oh, okay. Sorry, that actually would be a variance too for
Okay.
off-site. But if it was within 1,000 feet of the project, then it would not be a variance. I was thinking about the new code. Apologize.
Okay, so you're saying that, if you could restate for me, under the 88 code,
Right.
what is the off-site parking option allowed for this kind of project?
You could have off-site parking at an off-site facility within 1,000 feet of the project, and that would meet their parking requirements.
And in that situation, a code wouldn't be required within the 1,000 feet.
Right.
And there's no, doesn't matter like what portion of the parking, all of the parking needs could be met within that 1,000 feet.
Within that distance, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Would 1,000 feet, where would be the outer extremity of that?
The parking needs to be located entirely within that.
But where would the circle, the radius be for that?
Oh,
Where-
from the edges of the property, the perimeter of the property.
I understand that from there, but where would the other end be then? Where would 1,000 feet take you?
Oh, like geographic. It's the radius, yeah. Like
I understand that. Where in
Where?
Santa Monica do
Yeah.
you believe 1,000 feet would be?
I'd have to. I don't have that.
It's not a trick
information.
question.
Well, the block's what, 600
At
feet?
this stage.
Yeah. Roughly a block and a half
Block and a half.
ish. Yeah.
So not far.
Can I ask a clarification?
Please, Commissioner Kennedy.
So, so I understand the 1,000 foot, but is there an option to have it? Would there be a way to require it within 2,000 feet? What would happen in that scenario? Would that be still a variance? Just a different kind of variance?
That would be a variance, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see.
Mr. Albright, I think you're finished. Thank you. We now... Oh, Commissioner
I have a
Quondam
couple of
Bernardi.
questions. So if I understand this correctly, right now, we have a set of TDMs. We have a promise that they might find 23 spaces somewhere else, and that somewhere else could move after 120 days to encompass the whole downtown. Is that correct?
Correct. 180 days.
180 days, okay. And the could they find the parking outside of the downtown, or do they have to find it in the downtown?
My understanding was it would be initially within the downtown core, and then it extends into the downtown area outside the core.
Yeah, basically within.
Because right now that they could go, within 1,000 feet, for instance, they would be beyond Wilshire.
Yeah,
Potentially.
It'd be within the downtown core.
So we're restricting it to the downtown core.
The loose designation
Okay.
when I say downtown core.
And as of right now, we have no enforcement capability if they don't meet any of these TDMs, or if after 180 day they can't find parking anywhere. They can't find a landlord who will sign a lease. Is that true? Is that an accurate description of where we are?
Actually, the condition is that the parking spaces shall be secured. 23 have to be before certificate of occupancy.
Okay. So as long as they meet that geographic limit, if they don't, no C of O, that is the
No
controlling
CO.
event?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Albright. The applicant's team, Mr. Kutcher, you have 15 minutes to present your thoughts.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Ken Kutcher here on behalf of the property owner of the former post office. As you know, this is a significant preservation project, and with me tonight to make our presentation is Robert Chattel, our preservation architect. Also here tonight to help with any questions that you may have are the project architect, Sejal Sanani, the project manager, Tony Biddle, our transportation engineer who helped put together our TDM program, Sean Moan, and he's of Gibson. Thank you. I'd like to begin by looking backwards at where this project started and how we got to the point we are today. After the Postal Service decided to sell this property and no public entity purchased it, our client, of course, purchased this building. He purchased it to house his media company. This is an ideal scenario from a preservation standpoint. You have an owner-user, somebody who's committed to the building, somebody who's going to be in there for the long term, somebody who, from your standpoint, also can control their own compliance with conditions of approval. They don't have to put this into a lease. You know that you're dealing with the ultimate owner-user when you look at this permit, and from the preservation community standpoint, they have somebody with a vested interest in making this project work and bringing this building back to vitality. We know that the preservation community widely and strongly supports this application. That runs from the Landmarks Commission to the Santa Monica Conservancy, and also our conversations with the LA Conservancy have been very positive, and they're all enthusiastic about this application. It's important to note that this applicant has not tried to max out the development on this space, not whatsoever. What's before you tonight is a 3-story addition with a basement. We're looking at a net addition of less than 15,000 square feet. The height is no more than 32 feet. And in fact, to achieve that and stay within the threshold of not triggering a development agreement, they're actually going to take off the roof and lower it a couple feet and put their 3rd floor on top of that. This is a modest project for this property, and it's in keeping with the Secretary of Interior standards, as Mr. Chattel will articulate. In addition, the location of the addition has been mindful of the preservation nature of this project. It's obviously at the rear, it's out off the alley where the greatest amount of alterations have occurred in the past. It's, for the most part, out of the line of sight from public rights-of-way, and a lot of effort has gone into making sure that that's the case. That said, if you take a look at this timeline, you'll see that while we've been at this for more than a year, we've used that time efficiently. We've been to the Landmarks Commission 4 times for courtesy review. We've engaged them and the Conservancy in the design of this project for since August, and we have spent a lot of time trying to address concerns as they've come up. And we feel we've established a positive collaborative relationship in terms of that design. That said, we have no concerns with the conditions that are proposed, including the instruction, direction to pay particular attention to design aspects. That's fine, and you know, we will take that to heart, and I'm sure the Landmarks Commission will as well. Because we are staying to the 32-foot height limit, if I could have the next slide, we are seeking a development review permit. This is the main finding that you need to make in connection with the development review permit. and it has to do with compatibility. And the language that I highlighted there is of importance to this commission, where when we satisfy the size and scale requirements or limits of the loose, then you find compatibility. That sentence says it's deemed compatible. And so from that standpoint, this is an easy decision for the Planning Commission. It's a discretionary application, but we clearly meet that standard. In addition to that, we know the location is the right location off the alley. As I indicated at the bottom, 84 feet is allowed. We have 32 feet proposed. 6 stories is allowed. We have 3 stories proposed. 3.5 FAR is allowed. We're at under 0.9 FAR. It's a modest project here. If we go to the next slide. The key findings for the parking variance, and that's the other key discretionary decision for this commission. There are several key findings that I outlined up there, one of which is to comply with a robust TDM program, and we've put that together. We've worked closely with staff. We think it's very aggressive. In response to Commissioner Newbald's question, we're comfortable with the conditions. We've vetted them thoroughly. And again, you're dealing with the user. We know that the applicant can enforce these and make these happen because the applicant will be the occupant in this building. And so we think that should provide further comfort to the commission in resolving this variance. As was indicated, we're also committed as part of our conditions of approval to finding 23 spaces. We think that, in essence, that negates, in your minds, the need for the variance. We're going to find those 23 spaces, and we're going to find it before the building is occupied. So, and then on an annual basis, we need to provide the planning director or the staff with evidence that we continue to have those spaces. We will look first outside the downtown, outside the core, and then if we can't find that, we're allowed to look within the core, but we'll be finding those spaces on an ongoing basis. It's one of the conditions that requires us to do so. And again, we think that should provide a comfort level for the commission. With respect to adverse impacts, the MND resolved that there's no adverse impacts with this project. In fact, if you look at table 11 of the MND, you compare this use with the post office use, the trip rates are going down by 80%. This is about a 20% usage of this building. So we think that's, again, an easy condition, easy finding for this commission to make. This project's going to involve the investment of over $12 million in the rehabilitation and adaptive reuse of this historic building. We think it's something that should be encouraged. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Robert, who will walk through some of the design issues. But before I do that, I just want to reiterate, we have no objection to the 101 conditions that have been drafted for this project, and would encourage the commission to approve the applications that are before you tonight. If there's time after Robert's done, I'm going to walk through a couple of the additional TDM measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. I'm Robert Chattel. I'm the preservation architect, and I've been working on this project since its inception, with the looking towards a project that conforms with the Secretary of the Interior standards and is teed up for Landmarks Commission Certificate of Appropriateness. This is a rendering. I know it's a little hard to see because it looks like an unaltered building, but this is a rendering that shows the little bit of the rooftop addition that you can see from this sight line taken from the southeast. Let's go on to the next slide. The model that's before, starting to describe how the west elevation, which is shown in the upper right, how it mimics some of the features of the east elevation, and I'll talk a bit more about that as well. Let's go on. Well, or not. Did we skip something? So this is a sightline study. Typically, a building of this size, under 4 stories, would not be receiving a rooftop addition. So we were very careful to set the rooftop addition substantially back from the east facade. And you can see that, for example, in the bottom image, that you can't see the rooftop addition from across 5th Street. Obviously, along Arizona, you'll be able to see it. It's a bit more proximate to the south elevation, and the rear elevation is visible. We chose to place much of the addition at the rear in order to preserve the symmetry of the building, and to allow the rear corners at the northwest and southeast to read through, to actually restore windows that have been fully or partially infilled on those corners.
I'd keep talking if I were you, Mr. Chattle.
So as you can see in the model, we've created a recess between the addition and the historic building. We often call that a hyphen. It's a tool that we use in providing additions to historic buildings. It allows for a breathing space between the building, and we think that that's very successful here. Sorry. Here's an image that shows the comparison of the east elevation at the top and the new addition, the west elevation in the middle, and the floor plan. And we've drawn really directly from the grid lines on the building and the 5 bays on the east elevation to emphasize that on that west elevation. We've also done a number of studies reflected in the model and in the materials that you have that show the treatment of that new addition. It's drawing inspiration from the historic building through the use of terracotta rain screen, which is approximately 8 to 9 inches tall in the elements of the terracotta rain screen that reflect the board form character of the historic building. The addition uses a very delicate, custom designed painted ferrous metal window system. It's not an off-the-shelf system, and it's designed to use a solid and void with 1/8-inch steel and 1/8-inch voids, which is, I think, very creatively designed to have a fine level of detail. We're also looking at the compatibility of the windows in the addition to the historic building, so they read differently. So the color of the windows, which will be replaced in the historic building, so they're already replacements, will be using a Starfire glass, a very clear glass, and the addition has more of a green color. We drew a lot of inspiration, as shown in some of these images, from the historic windows on the building. Using the golden mean, you can see how we drew inspiration from the verticality and shape of the existing windows when we developed the bay spacing in the addition. So this is the west elevation. This is not generally visible because of the narrowness of the alley. And we can go on to the next image. A bit hard to see. These are the buildings that really front on the alley. So you wouldn't be able to see it in quite the same way, but it's a fully developed elevation and finely detailed, as I described. We looked at a lot of materials, including bringing the wood from the lobby. The lobby is completely clad in wood, and we're using a lot of wood in the stairwell hyphens in the addition. and these are some of the details, and we look forward to taking this to the Landmarks Commission. Again, we've had 4 float-ups already and received a number of comments, and we've made a number of refinements to the addition. We've also been studying the treatment of the exterior of the historic building. Most recently, we've been looking with finer grain at the south elevation, which is so visible from Arizona, to increase the sort of floating quality of the added stair, and potentially eliminating the stair going up to the mechanical penthouse at the roof and adding wood in the same way as the north elevation.
So I'll chime in with respect to the parking plan. We've provided 25 surface parking spaces plus 2 loading spaces. In addition, we volunteered that 3 of those spaces will be equipped with EV charging, and 5 additional spaces will be stubbed out for EV charging purposes. There will be 24 short-term and 12 long-term.
Finish your thoughts.
Appreciate that. 24 short-term bike spaces and 12 secured long-term bike spaces, an on-site parking attendant that will also help be a bike valet for people that need any assistance with their bicycles, and the 23 off-site spaces that I indicated above. We cannot commit to those 23 spaces yet. We're probably 18 to 24 months away from occupancy of this building, so it's too early to secure spaces now for a future time. But as the time approaches, per our condition about a certificate of occupancy, we will secure those spaces. Sean's here to walk through any TDM measures if you had any questions in that regard.
Commissioners, Kendall's team.
Thank you.
We have none at this moment. Thank you. So we have some public comment. Ruth Ann Lehrer is the first, Marcy Ross the second, and Christina Dunlop the third, followed by Nancy Kaufman. If you could line up, please, on the right-hand side, if I've called your name, that would be great. That will save us a little time.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Chair McKinnon and Commissioners. I'm representing the Santa Monica Conservancy. So I'd like to start just by summing up some of the important assets of the project. First, we have an adapter for use of a major historic building that respects the Preservation Covenant and is a use of the building that is compatible with its historic character. The interior features are being preserved and the building remains intact while an addition wraps around the rear portion. Second, the modesty of the addition, which adds far less new construction to the landmark post office than the code would allow, so that the historic facade remains prominent from 5th Street and from Arizona. And the entire project is small in scale compared with current development downtown and compared to what they would be entitled to build. Third, the applicant has a strong TDM program to address parking and circulation impacts. Primarily, I'd like to speak about the parking variance request, which we urge you to support. We all give lip service to the adaptive use of historic buildings, but in order for that to work, we have to have some flexibility with regard to code and particularly flexibility with parking standards. The new zoning code embodies that concept, making adaptive reuse of landmarks eligible for parking variances. Many historic buildings were built without provision for on-site parking or are underparked. But isn't that concept consistent with the current vision for downtown? Unbundled parking, less parking than the old codes, to encourage people to take alternative transportation? As the staff report notes, the physical constraints of the site and the building and the obligation to follow the Secretary of Interior standards make full code compliance with parking standards those special and unique circumstances that justify a variance. As a post office, the property had no customer parking. The new use is expected to generate 2,242 fewer vehicle trips than the post office use did, according to the staff report. If the city is truly going to embrace adaptive reuse of historic structures as part of its future, it should support proposals like this one for a parking variance. Even the requirement to obtain the 23 parking spaces off-site seems unnecessarily burdensome from my perspective, although the applicant is willing to comply. This is an important precedent for city policy with regard to adaptive reuse, and it seems to me that flexibility with parking standards is an important part of that. I recently returned from the State Historic Preservation Conference in San Francisco, and I visited 4 adaptive reuse projects in the downtown on Market Street. Each project emphasized how city officials had worked with them, have facilitated solving their planning and building issues, and cooperated with the project team to make the adaptive reuse a reality. The adaptive reuse of historic buildings faces many challenges, and we all should be working together for a downtown that allows our historic properties to have renewed life. I'd like to mention just as one example, whoops.
What was that example?
Oh. The headquarters for Twitter is an adaptive use of an Art Deco building that formerly was a furniture mart. And there are 1,000 employees going to be using that building. The existing parking allows for 200 some odd parking spaces, and they did not require any additional parking. They simply granted a variance. So let's try to help this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Marcy Ross. Welcome. Thank you.
Hi. Forgive me for just reading.
Please.
Good evening, Chair McKinnon and Planning Commissioners. My name is Marcy Ross, and tonight I'm speaking in support of Agenda Item 8A, the former Santa Monica Post Office. I'm currently employed at Skydance Media as the president of television. However, tonight I'm speaking to you as a fellow citizen of Santa Monica. I've lived here for over 19 years, raising my family with my kids graduating from Grant, John Adams, and Samo. I care a great deal for the community, and I'm really proud to call it my home. I'm also very proud that my employer coincidentally happened to be the one who purchased the former post office. I understand great care and attention are being made to rehabilitate the historic building, and that the new addition is thoughtfully designed to ensure it is elegant versus pretentious. I am absolutely in awe of the thought that one day, soon, hopefully, I will actually be going to work every day in this incredibly beautifully restored landmark building, and that's where I'm going to be doing my job. It's incredible to imagine that. In addition to working in the building, the fact that we'll be centrally located in the downtown with all the various cafes and shops is incredibly exciting. I love the idea of being able to step out and quickly be at the farmer's market, a lunch meeting, or at the Bluffs to get away for a moment. So tonight I'm here to respectfully ask that you support this project by approving the items before you, the DRP, the MND, as well as the parking variance. As your fellow Santa Monican, I truly hope that you can see the value of the project before you, and approving it, making it real, benefits not only my fellow employees of Skydance, but our community and the historic building as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. There is a question.
Yes.
From Commissioner Kennedy.
Do you plan on biking or driving to the office?
Well, I sometimes now bike. I live very close. I'm very, on Ashland Avenue. However, I couldn't do it every day because we have television shows that shoot all around town. But on the days, and I'm really excited now once the train starts, because I think that I can just take the train right down.
So, well, in light of that, if there was parking for the post office site somewhere near, let's just randomly pick a place like Colorado and 9th or Olympic and 9th, would that be a big burden for you to park there and to walk over to 5th in Arizona?
I think some days, less so for me, a burden, and more for the writers and the producers and the actors who come visit us and have meetings every day. I think that they will be more challenged by that than me. So I'm used to walking everywhere, but they're not.
So on top of the employees, there will be like the writers and the actors and all those people coming and going at all hours.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Not all hours.
Well, but okay.
During the day.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christina Dunlop.
Good evening. I am Christina Dunlop, and I am here on behalf of Chad Oman of Jerry Bruckheimer Films to read the following letter. Chad could not make it this evening. Dear Chairman McKinnon and members of the Planning Commission, it is with pleasure Jerry Bruckheimer Films submits the following letter of support for the adaptive reuse of the former post office located at 5th in Arizona. Jerry Bruckheimer Films, a leader in feature film and television content, has been based in Santa Monica for over 20 years. During this time, we have witnessed the development in both downtown Santa Monica and the surrounding areas. Santa Monica is truly a location that entices residents and businesses to come and be a part of the thriving and beautiful community. It is for this very reason we were delighted that our close business partner, Skydance Media, purchased the former post office with the intent of making it their new office. This is an important structure in our city, and it had become worn and unkept well before it was sold. It needs to be activated again, and we are fortunate to have a company such as Skydance ready and willing to do so. Jerry Bruckheimer is not only one of our industry's most successful producers, he is also an experienced preservationist with his wife, Linda. He is most pleased with Skydance's plans to restore the exterior of the former post office building, as well as the interior lobby to its original 1938 design. The historic building clearly presents various challenges for adaptive reuse, and as such, he applauds the design of the new addition. At its maximum height of 32 feet, along with the fenestration, it is compatible and complementary without being distractive or obtrusive. Furthermore, we are informed of the plans to enhance and beautify Fifth and Arizona by removing the large existing planter boxes, which currently obscure the building, with fresh landscaping that includes a low property line fence. These are all steps in the right direction. The corner is in desperate need of updating, and while the fence stirs mixed emotions, it is needed to define the change that has occurred with the property. We understand it is the Planning Commission's responsibility to approve the project's development review permit, the mitigated negative declaration, as well as the parking variance due to limited space on the landmark parcel. I, along with Jerry, are exceedingly supportive of this project and strongly urge you all to approve these items. Amongst the various project plans for the city, this one is incredibly straightforward and brings with it numerous positive attributes. It simply makes sense. Vote to approve. Thank you. Chad Oman, President, Jerry Bruckheimer Films.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Nancy Kaufman, followed by Spencer Hunt, Carl Hansen, and John Burley. Welcome.
Hi, Chairman McKinnon and Commissioners. My name is Nancy Kaufman. I have lived in Santa Monica for 40 years. My kids started at Will Rogers, went through SAMO, both of them. Most people know me in the community because I owned Nana Trading Company, Nana Shoes and Clothing in Santa Monica starting in the late 70s. Our last location was at the 3rd Street Promenade. I now own a store on 14th near Pico, and it's called Brat. I'm speaking tonight in support of the item 8A, Skydance Media's proposed project at the site of the former post office. This is just the kind of project that I feel that the downtown area needs. It will preserve the past as well as provide for the future, something that we need. For decades, I have seen many downtown older buildings disappear only to be replaced by new structures that lack personality, are uninspired, or simply just don't fit in. I've experienced this process myself over how many years that my store was uprooted and was victim to the wrecking ball. That's why at some point I became a part of the slow growth movement here in Santa Monica. I was really deeply concerned about what was going to happen to the old post office when it closed in 2013. I was really concerned that this iconic building that would be torn down or changed in some unacceptable way, since it's a landmark and something that those of us who've lived here a long time really love. I was relieved that this building would be protected as a historic place and restored by the new owner. I'm thrilled that a successful entertainment company would be the owner of this and the occupant of this space. I think it's important to preserve Santa Monica's creative spirit, and these people are very creative. I'm happy to see that many production companies are finding that they're putting down their roots here in Santa Monica as opposed to elsewhere. I feel the architects have designed an elegant and simple addition to this building that make room for the business of this media company without changing the view of this landmark building. I'm also pleased that the addition is similar in height to the neighboring facility buildings. Very important. And they did it on their own, by the way. As a resident and retail store owner, I know that there's many projects that will that will give back to the community and preserve a part of our history by bringing new revenue into our downtown area. Skydance, I think, is a perfect company for this. It's really good to know that the corner of 5th in Arizona, in our downtown area, will be vibrant again. Right now it's kind of a blight. Please adopt the city staff's recommendations and grant the applicant a development review permit and variance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hunt?
Good evening, Chairman McKinnon and Commissioners. My name is Spencer Hunt. I'm the Vice President of Games and Interactive at Skydance, and I'm speaking on behalf of Agenda Item 8A, the proposal for the old post office, a project that I truly hope is going to be the home of Skydance Media. I've also lived here in Santa Monica since 1991, and I've worked here many years since then. I'm also a former architecture student. I went to SciArc over on Berkeley before that moved. So this history of Santa Monica for me is near and dear, and I've always, going to the farmer's market and parking outside of the post office, going to the post office buying stamps, it's been something that's really, when it closed, was mutually hurtful as much as I've seen other people react. I really love the idea of ultimately being able to work in that space. It's, I love the old architecture. I love where it's located. I've seen so many changes in downtown Santa Monica moving just towards retail, away from servicing the people who actually live here. And I feel like having an opportunity to take this old post office and renew it with something like Skydance Entertainment is going to make a huge, huge impact, not just to what Santa Monica is now calling Silicon Beach, and I guess we're also calling ourselves the Hollywood by the Sea. I think actually having a place truly in downtown Santa Monica that is meeting those expectations is something that, as both an employee and a resident, I really hope, to see happen. The plan to restore the former post office is, everything that I am looking for. It's from an insider's perspective, having been at the office and seen how much we care about the plans and working for both the historic architecture and how we fit into the neighborhood. It's been really nice to see. It's something that makes me proud to work at Skydance as well, just seeing how much we do care about the community. And personally, you asked the question about riding to work. I will definitely be riding my bike to work. I get to walk right now. It'll turn into a bike ride, but that's totally fine. I really like seeing Skydance come into this downtown area, and I'm really confident that having the entertainment we create being created in Santa Monica is going to be something we can all as a community be proud of. So I hope that you will grant approval for the various items tonight, the DRP, the MND, and the parking variance.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hanson.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chair McKinnon, Carl Hansen, Director of Government Affairs for the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. Here today to reaffirm our support for the adaptive reuse of the post office site. We sent you another draft of our letter today stating that, and wanted just to touch on a few of the reasons we think this is a really good project for the city at this location. The first is it's preserving a very beautiful building that's very close to the chamber. It's near and dear to the hearts of the Chamber Board of Directors and many of our members. We do an annual mailing and used to walk here, and it was very convenient, but we don't have that option anymore, so we go over to the other site that's not quite as beautiful as this, and love the building, and it's been sad just to see it sitting there unused. We're looking forward to seeing that corner reactivated, energized, and part of a really thriving downtown. Also, the really good jobs that this brings to this part of the city is great. I have a lot of friends myself that work in entertainment and live on the west side, but are often driving to like Burbank and other parts of LA County to do their work. So I think it's great to have this right in our downtown, expo accessible. The chamber strongly supports the TDM and the parking variance. We think this is really the smart way to plan for the future of the city if we really care about reducing traffic. This is what other progressive cities have done to alleviate traffic. If you make parking too easy, you make traffic too easy. And I think they've done some really innovative things with the proposal here to really make this a project that respects the past but also represents the needs of the future, and we encourage you to move it forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Mr. Burley. Mr. Burley, do you represent the Landmarks Commission tonight?
I do. I was going to...
Please go ahead then.
Well, good evening, Director Martin, Chair McKinnon, Commissioners. As was mentioned, I'm here representing the Landmarks Commission. My colleagues asked that I come and speak before you to encourage you to approve this application and the staff recommendations. I think what we're specifically interested in placing emphasis on with the Planning Commission is this idea of adaptive reuse and showing some flexible standards as it relates to historic buildings in the downtown core. I don't think I've come prepared to speak as eloquently as former Commissioner Lair, who represented the Conservancy, talking about adaptive reuse and using landmarks as an example that can help provide creative solutions to the parking situations that are starting to choke the downtown. And I think that the applicant has shown a remarkable good faith effort to work with this commission as well as with the Landmarks Commission in making this project the best that it can be. I think it's demonstrated in the restraint that they're showing, and I think that you'll find the good faith effort as far as parking is concerned to also be carried through based on your recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Burley.
Thank you.
The applicant now has the opportunity to respond. Mr. Kuchar.
I'd like to rebut all that opposition we heard.
Violent agreement, I believe, is the expression.
I did want to make one comment that staff requested that I reiterate some support for, and that relates to condition number 3. And that's a condition that references the historic lobby, and that I want to assure this commission that the applicant is committed to going to the Landmarks Commission for courtesy review of the lobby, just as we have for the building. In fact, we tried to initiate joining hands with the Landmarks Commission and going to the council and asking the council to confer jurisdiction over the lobby to the Landmarks Commission. The city attorney's office felt that was not achievable. So as a secondary approach, we are fully committed to going to the Landmarks Commission, engaging them, hopefully eliciting their support for the lobby restoration effort, and going to the City Council for what we hope will at that point be a blessing of a Landmarks Commission endorsement. But we're fully committed to doing that, and so I wanted to mention that. And then finally, with respect to TDM and the parking variance, I wanted to just remind the Commission of the loose preservation policy. It's HP 1.5, and it says in part, support rehabilitation and restoration of historic resources through flexible zoning policies and modifications to development standards such as parking requirements. That's exactly what we're requesting that you do. It's also consistent with the section in the Landmarks Ordinance that highlights preservation incentives, and item D on that list is parking incentives. And so again, we are faced with a site that's constrained by an existing building. We are doing what we can for the parking. It's a very modest addition, and we'd encourage the Commission to be supportive. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Parry has a question.
Yes, regarding this this limit, this 180-day limit on the requirement to find parking outside of the downtown core, is there, as it's currently drafted, it's requiring, the conditions require 23 spaces at an off-site location where this 100-day limit would apply. Is there a reduced number of spaces? And you have stated that the applicant needs to have that 180-day limit. Is there a smaller number of parking spaces where you would not need that limit?
I think that this commission would want us to find appropriate parking, and that we will do our best efforts to find those spaces in 180 days. I'm not prepared to tell you that we can find 15 or 30. I can't say. We're looking into the future. And then this is an ongoing obligation that every year we need to satisfy. This doesn't say after 180 days we can't continue to look outside. We can, but it just opens the options so that if we are unsuccessful at that point at finding spaces outside that core, that we can then also look in the downtown. We will use our best efforts and obviously have a 180-day obligation to try to secure spaces outside and to prove to the planning director and his staff that we have done so. But to answer your question, I'm not prepared to say that some other lower number we would always find outside the downtown. I just can't tell you whether that's achievable or not in the future. And this is for the life of this project, so that's a long time.
Okay, so my next question is for staff. I don't know if I should hold that until...
Let's just keep asking the applicant at the moment. Hold that thought. Commissioner Fresco, do you have anything? Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi? Commissioner Kennedy.
In public testimony, we heard that not only will the employees be, arriving in the AM and then making peak PM trips, but also visitors to the office will be coming in. So there are existing office spaces in the downtown, and people who sometimes there's parking provided and sometimes there isn't. And when there isn't, visitors to whatever office spaces in the downtown use the public parking lots. So they find alternative parking. So I just am a little bit troubled by having a single-use, even adaptive reuse aspects of this aside, the single-use office space use in the heart of the downtown, where employees and visitors feel entitled to drive directly to the doorstep of the office space. And so when the findings, the conditions that talk about finding space outside of the core is, again, I share some of Commissioner Parry's concerns and perhaps other commissioners' concerns, is that finding that space outside of the core is really important to me, because the last thing that we want to do is, while the adaptive reuse aspects of this aside, which is a great benefit, at the same time not encourage people to continue to drive directly into the downtown for what sounds like, hey, somebody's dropping off the DCP, and they're going to for an hour, and they're going to be, someone's going to watch it, and then someone else is going to come back and pick it up, or you've got artists or whatever. That's going to be a lot of office traffic coming and going. Why? I'm actually starting to think that maybe the 23 spaces isn't enough.
So how would you respond, Mr. Kuchar?
Severalfold. One is that the code allows the adaptive reuse of this building if there's no addition with no change whatsoever. This post office never, as former Landmarks Commissioner Lair indicated, they never had on-site parking for the customers of the post office. This is not a new activity in the downtown. This use at the post office for 80 years was intense.
Wait, I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood what you were saying. So you're saying that there was no visitor parking at the post office, but now you want the visitor parking at the post office with these spaces that you're building on site?
No.
Okay, I misunderstood you.
What I'm saying is, this is an existing building that's been in the heart of the downtown and it's been in intense use.
I understand. More
intense than it's going to be. And you're concerned about what is going to be a less intense use being a problem in the downtown, and I'm saying I don't think that's well-founded. And if you look at the MND, you'll see that the trips to this property are projected on a daily basis to go down by more than 2,200 trips. Yeah. Reduction in trips to this building.
Well, now it's 0, but yeah.
But this, yes, no. This is not a new building.
I know. I'm making a joke.
Thank you, Mr. Kuchar.
Okay, I think we still differ a little bit on the intensity of the use, but thank you for your point.
Sure. And we'll also, the user will be happy to convey to visitors that are planned visitors to the building that, we have limited parking. We'll encourage folks when it's possible to take alternative transportation. There's going to be a light rail. There's, bus system. There's Uber. There's a lot of opportunities that don't involve parking on the site.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. So I'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Parry, you had a question for Planning Department.
Yes. I wanted to hopefully have an insight into this. We have before us a request for a parking variance where there are TDM requirements that typical businesses would not be subject to. And when we look at those additional requirements that we're considering here, in our experience or whatever sources of information that you can call upon, do we have a sense of how much that would reduce the parking demand for the operations? How many spaces?
So the short answer to that is no. In terms of a direct correlation between TDM measures and how many parking spaces that might take away, we've looked at this within the context of our travel demand model. I don't have that information right in front of me, but in terms of the effectiveness of TDM measures and sort of percentage reduction in trips. But it's kind of hard to correlate that to then parking demand or parking availability. What we have looked at is obviously the employer at the site would be subject to the AVR goal in the TDM ordinance of 2.2, which is a very aggressive goal of 2.2 average vehicle ridership. So when we worked with our transportation demand management office, our staff, about the measures that would be appropriate for this project, and we do try and work with applicants to sort of tailor it to the use and the operations of the project, what would be most effective in this environment. It was felt that these sets of measures would sort of give us the greatest chance of success in terms of them being able to meet their AVR goal and also address the condition. One of the findings for the variance is that there be a TDM plan under the prior code. This is not in the new code, but in the prior code for granting the reduction in parking is that there be a TDM program. So that's the context in which these measures were developed.
And the original proposal did not require off-site parking. Is that a reflection in any way of a general sense of how effective the TDMs would be, that you'd expect that it would cover much or all of what's not being provided on site that code otherwise requires?
Right. That was the idea. I mean, the providing the 23 spaces, as you're aware, that was a proposal by the applicant prior to our last hearing, and we took the time between that last hearing and this one to evaluate and sort of come up with a workable condition given the proposal from the applicant, and sort of give it more teeth. And so you see it here that it's now required that they secure those 23 spaces in addition to these TDM measures. But certainly these were developed before that proposal came along in terms of things that we thought would work well for this business to reduce the trips.
And specifically reduce it by roughly, by 23 spaces.
Yeah.
That general sense.
Mm-hmm,
Right?
mm-hmm.
Commissioner Newbold.
There's nothing in our AVR calculation that would somehow exclude those 23 off-site spaces from their AVR calculation, correct?
No. The way the AVR survey works is it's a commute survey about how you arrived at work. Gotcha. So more than 50% of your commute. So even if you
doesn't have to be the site, it can be however you
even
got.
if you drove to downtown and walked 2 blocks, you still arrived by car.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, this is a staff question. We have asked other developers to provide off-site parking. Is that true? We've done that before. Is that something we've done? How many off-site parking spaces are we corralling, shall we say, or have our sort of requirements on?
You mean in the context of development agreements, like public
No, in terms of downtown, when you look at, let's say we say, go find 23 spaces. They're out there competing for the 23 spaces. And over here, there's somebody who had to provide 48 spaces. And here's somebody else that was required. That was, let's say, 1,000 feet or however distance they were able to work it, whether it was through a variance or by right. They're out there borrowing spaces of the landscape to use to meet their requirements for their approval. How many of those are in play? What are we talking about?
I don't have that particular data. I can tell you that this past Saturday, we were out there. There was a parking inventory that was done for all the publicly available, privately owned spaces downtown. We don't have the results of that yet. I should have that in a week or so. Just the inventory, because the last time we did that was with the Walker parking study in 1990 or just the early 2000s, so it needs to be updated, for sort of our parking demands and our parking analyses going forward. But I don't have that particular number as to how much have been committed, or because obviously there are people that make private parking arrangements outside of a city context. The city doesn't even know about it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm asking about the ones we know about, the ones that we can track and say.
I don't have that off the top of my head, but it's certainly information we could provide.
Is that information available to you? Could you go today and say, okay, here they are right here. There's a list of them. We don't know if they're actually available out there, but here's all the commitments we've made.
Yeah, we'd have to look at the parking variances that have been approved historically in order to get that number as to what the city has approved for off-site parking.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fresco?
A number of the edits to the conditions that we discussed at our last meeting that there was consensus on aren't reflected in this document, which I found somewhat perplexing. I don't know how I can go through and point out every one, which maybe I'll do, but one of the things in particular, well, there were two that were particularly troubling. One is the first time around, what was mitigation number 10 is now number 17, where we talked about specific things to include in the records that are going to be created for this property. And I think the applicant was totally on board with it. And, I just have personal experience working with these HABs records where I was looking for things that had been required and weren't available. So I feel like, and it even says in the opening section of the mitigation monitoring program that it's important for all the city departments to be aware of what's supposed to be involved. So even if they agree, it's really important that they be memorialized here, and the staff.
Commissioner, how many alterations have you noted in your list?
Well, there's 3 main topics and a few other tweaks.
Are we talking 10, 15?
Yeah, something like that.
Have you raised that with the planning department already?
I have discussed every one of them with our lovely staff person here.
Mr. Albright, would you like to respond and indicate whether they're just acceptable as Commissioner Fresco's raised them? Is her memory correct?
Most of the points that she raised with me this morning were acceptable to staff. There were a couple typos with regards to some of the mitigation measures that were initially part of the mitigated neg deck. I believe we're in agreement with all of those.
When you say in agreement, you mean her memory was correct and you accept that it's correct?
We do accept that it is correct, in fact. And the interior spy walk, we know it's already been photographed, but this would memorialize that requirement that be included in the HAB survey, the digital copies.
So you're prepared to incorporate the comments she's made to you in the final statement. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Are there any other areas that you found disagreement with?
I don't believe there were any.
All right. Well, Commissioner, are you prepared to accept that Commissioner Fresco's memory of these things is correct?
Or do you want me to tell you what they are?
I'm prepared to believe her memory on this kind
of stuff.
What about
you? I mean, it'll come back to us as statement.
As a stower, I
Right,
think.
yeah,
So, yeah.
we can look at it then, if at
So
that
if you
point
could-
there's anything you want to point out.
So if you could incorporate those, and we can then move on without a long discussion. Commissioner Fresco, are there other points that you'd like to?
Well, there's one in
question?
particular that we didn't discuss. That's really, it's, again, about condition 3, and it's a very small point, but it says in the language, and I don't know if where it came from, applicant is encouraged to present any proposed alterations to the historic interior to the Landmarks Commission. And because it was such an issue to try to get everybody in agreement that the Landmarks Commission should look at that lobby, I thought maybe it would help make sure that they have that clear path to do that if it said the applicant shall present those proposals to the Landmarks Commission. I was wondering if there was a reason why it said is encouraged instead of shall.
So Ms. Yao has planning
Right,
language at her fingertips.
It was something I think that was raised at the last meeting, and I can't recall how much it was discussed, but in discussing it with and in reviewing the preservation covenant, that this is really with the interior lobby that's not part of the landmark designation. It outlines in the preservation covenant that the procedure really is reviewed by the city council. We did not feel that it was appropriate in the context of this development review application to require that the applicant present to the Landmarks Commission. What the applicant has offered is to voluntarily bring it to the Landmarks Commission, and that's really what this language, the encourage, was meant to address, is they're voluntarily bringing it, but we didn't feel as staff that it was appropriate to make this a shall as opposed to an encourage.
Well, I guess my reservation about that is just that there have been so many barriers to getting that before it, that if it's here and it says, I don't want them to be told they can't do it, is really what I'm concerned about.
No, but I don't think we can tell
But, all right.
the city council that,
Yes.
that in
We're
fact
not
this
telling the Landmarks Commission they have to vote on it.
No,
We're
but the
just
word
saying-
shall is a different than encourage.
Okay.
Shall has a direct
All right,
meaning.
all right. Let it go. I'll let it go. So everything else that we discussed, I think you guys have all seen. So you, okay.
It's all good.
All right, never mind. I'm done.
Commissioner Kennedy?
I move approval.
I'll second.
So, Commissioners,
I had a question for
please
staff.
go ahead with your question.
My question for staff is about if the applicant decides to sell or not start utilizing this property, and another company decides to do that, will we go through another development review and variance process? Or if this film company decides not to utilize this space, can Twitter by the Sea come in and have 300 employees with all of these same parking requirements and all of that?
Yes, the approval is for a creative office use, and the approval runs with the property, not particular to the applicant. So if the applicant vacated it and somebody else rented it, they would not have to come back for a new permit if they were consistent with this.
If they were consistent
the
with
conditions
that.
of this approval.
Okay, and that would entail the same number of employees to be consistent. Is that correct, or?
This doesn't, it doesn't limit the number of employees that are allowed to operate in the structure, but there's obviously some limitations in terms of the square footage of the building and how many people could be in the building. But no, there is no specific limitation as to number of employees.
And that's a building and safety call when it's?
That's right. There's occupancy limits and
okay.
that kind of thing, yeah.
Thank you.
So, Commissioners, what I'm going to suggest is that we move 3 motions. The first is a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration. The second is to approve the development review permit and the variance, and the third will be to approve the statement of official action. I need a mover and a seconder for each of those motions.
I'll move each of them, but I think that the STOA has to come back to us.
It does. So, Ms. Kohler? So with the STOA, are we moving it this evening?
Do we move it, even though we need it to come back with the additional language?
You should wait for it to come back.
Okay, so we'll do the 2 motions. So moved.
So I'll move 1 and 2.
Newbold, seconded Parry.
We're splitting these up, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Oh, so you want me to do it one at a time?
I'll
move to adopt.
We will deal with them separately. Okay. So
I move to adopt a resolution approving the mitigated negative deck.
And I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Kennedy.
So it's been moved and seconded and available for discussion. And
right.
so one thing we didn't really touch on tonight was, again, the electric fence, even though we talked about it a lot. It's not literally an electric fence. I was just, for my clarification, because it's been a few weeks since our last meeting, I was wondering if Ms. Yeo could remind me again the reason why the Planning Commission doesn't have jurisdiction over the fence issue, and if you could also remind me how it became a 5-foot fence and not a 3-foot fence, or a 2-foot fence, or a 7-foot fence, for that matter.
Sure. So the certificate of appropriateness was reviewed and approved by the Landmarks Commission in December. Sorry, help me, Scott, the date.
It was December 14th of 2015.
2015, right. So the appeal period had run on that certificate of appropriateness approval for the fence. Now, when the fence was initially submitted, it was much taller than what was actually approved, and staff worked with the applicant to lower it down to 5 feet. The 5 feet actually is compliant with the zoning code, which sets in commercial districts that the fence height limit is the maximum height allowed by the zoning district. And the reason for that is because, in a commercial district, buildings, for example, could be built straight to the property
Because you're
line.
talking about the 88 code. You're talking about
The 88 code, that's
okay.
right, yeah.
Go on.
So the fence is compliant with code. It was approved by the Landmarks Commission. It's been through the plan check process, and it's been signed off as far as we understand. In terms of the Planning Commission's purview, really in the context of the development review permit, the purpose of it, and the findings, you're really looking at mass and scale of buildings. We really look at fence as part of the landscaping, which is outside the purview of the Planning Commission. So this development review permit is really looking at the mass and scale, location, that kind of thing, of the building on the property, and the fence really is not part of the DR purview. So for those two reasons, the fence is, like I indicated, it's approved, and it's really not on the agenda and not part of the Planning Commission's discussion.
Although the landscaping still, any kind of landscaping could still be inconsistent with the surroundings, and I mean, in some way, not every proposal for landscaping is going to be consistent. Is that correct?
I think typically when the commission has seen landscaping on plans, and there's been, not unusual in the past where you said, I'd like to see more trees or more green on here, you've often indicated that as part of your conditions for the design review body to pay particular attention, in this case, the Landmarks Commission. And so you can see if there was concern about certain elements, you could indicate that the Landmarks Commission pay particular attention to whatever that may be. However, in this case, the fence is approved by the Landmarks Commission. It is already, the appeal period has run on that fence. The application they've submitted for plan check, it's been signed off by planning staff at this point. So, in terms of the fence issue, it's something that has been approved and is, not part of the development review permit.
So unless that actual protocol's changed, there's nothing at this point the Planning Commission can do
Right.
today.
I believe the commission did discuss at the last meeting that you probably wanted to look as part of your zoning ordinance policy discussions, fence heights in commercial areas, and that's certainly something that we can discuss this summer.
So, Commissioner,
Thank you.
if I could just have well, are we going to do the mitigated negative declaration at this point, and then we'll go to the DR? Yeah. So I will call the vote, please.
And this is for the resolution approving the mitigated
Yeah, 16003
Okay.
PCS.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
No.
Commissioner Newbold?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
And Chair McKinnon?
Yes. Could I have a motion on development review permit and the variance, please?
I will move the approval of the development review permit and the variance based upon the findings and subject to the conditions described in the STOA.
I will second, and I'll ask for a small modification. In condition number 60, the downtown core is used to define that area that the applicant would need to show good faith effort that they sought out parking outside of that area. And it's it goes to 5th Court Alley, which I'm thinking 4th Court Alley is more appropriate because if this were a code compliant project, then parking would be allowed on site and right at Fourth Court. So I would suggest that modification.
I think Jing's got something to say.
No, I don't. I just.
I'm just always on now. Okay.
That's friendly to the maker.
So that is then adopted and becomes part of the motion. Do we have some comments on this motion then? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, I've expressed my very large discomfort with the parking situation, and I'd like to put it in the broadest context, which we are trying to do all the time as planners. If this building was built today, it wouldn't be required to have 50 spaces. It wouldn't be required to have 23 spaces or 25. It'd be required to have 150 spaces. So this building, which I'm all in favor of, believe me, I think they've done a great job, and they've done a very sensitive job in terms of how they've integrated the new and the old. And it's quite a nice resolution. They really haven't tried hard enough to solve the parking problem, because they're not asking for a variance, a 50% variance. They're asking more like a 84% variance from what they might be required to do. And so that being said, we raised this at the last time it came before us, that I think they can get the extra parking. They have just chosen not to. They've chosen not to do lifts in the side parking lot. They've chosen not to do tuck under parking along the alley. That was what the original design had in the original post office. These are all things that would have lightened up the addition in the back, would have other impacts that would be beneficial. They didn't even try to do parallel parking along the alley. So they basically walked their hands from this thing and said, well, let's do a sixth of our parking there, and then we'll go fish for the other sixth, and the other 2/3 ignore it. And I think that's really a disservice, not to the city, but to themselves. They're going to want that parking. Believe me, when they get to be successful, and we hope they are, they're going to need that nearby parking right there. So I just cannot support this idea that a landmark building can walk away from essentially all of its responsibility. And basically 20 of the spaces they have are non-conforming. So they're really stretching the envelope here. And I don't think this is a good precedent for us, that everyone gets carte blanche just because they're a landmark. So I can't support the variance. I can support the project, but not the variance.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fresco, and I'll work our way along. You need to turn yourself.
Just wanted to make sure your motion included all of the changes that Scott knows about that you haven't seen yet.
Okay. It does. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
I'll just say that even though the applicant has reiterated and tried to demonstrate to me that there's going to be reduced intensity, actually to me it doesn't, the plan doesn't go far enough, and the conditions don't go far enough to kind of try to move the daily trips to farther away from the downtown. I just think we have a big project ahead of us, the downtown specific plan, and it's not a short-term plan, it's a long-range plan, and to lock this in at this time when we're trying to get trips away from the center of town, to me doesn't make much sense, so I just don't think it goes far enough. But
okay. Commissioner Newbold or Commissioner Parry, do you want to comment now? Commissioner Parry first.
Yeah, I think this project has many important benefits to the community. Where the challenge that I found was within the details of our findings, and I'm at the point where I can make those findings, so I'm comfortable moving forward. I wish that we had a different use here than an office building, a use that was more accessible to the public. Some kind of retail operation would be ideal, but that's not what we're presented with, and that is not that doesn't interfere with my ability to make the findings.
Commissioner Newbold, did you want to make a comment? I would like to make a comment. I think it is a very sensitive use, the adaptive reuse, and it's quite cleverly done. I do not think that the second building is particularly outstanding, but it does not need to do that. It needs to just be what it is. And I think it's a pretty tough TDM program that we've put in place, and so I think it will change the patterns of behaviour. But I can't make the findings either, because Section E says it has to be in compliance with the land use and circulation element, and it's very striking that in the loose it is all about the pedestrian experience and the openness. And what we're now seeing is with this applicant that they keep coming back and it's not an open or pedestrian friendly project. I do blame some decisions that were made that were not of their doing. Some time ago, decisions were made that the fence was not part of the whole project, and therefore it went to Landmarks first for its compatibility with the project. But in fact, the fence was part, because of the nature of this project, of the mass and its position in the city and the way it related to the rest of the city. And when you put that fence up, it changes the whole way that that site has been used historically, with people flowing around and up into the building. There just can't be any argument about that. It's privatising space that was previously public. It should have come to us first for whether or not we were prepared to accept that fence, and then go to Landmarks for a decision about the compatibility. But in essence, it's gone the other way. It's gone to Landmarks for whether or not it's a compatible fence. And they've said, sure, it's okay. And that's taken it off the agenda here, but it's not really off the agenda because Section E makes it very clear. It has to be within the goals and the policies and development parameters. And when you look at the loose, right through the introduction to the downtown section, it's very clear it's pedestrian orientated. D15, D8, D81, D82, D9 make that abundantly clear. And right through the downtown community plan, that is also stressed. And so I will not be voting for this evening. Do we now wish to proceed to the vote, or does anyone else wish to have something to say? Commissioner Fonda, please.
Let me add one additional thought here to the traffic thing. There has been a claim made that this project has substantially reduced the number of trips, and on paper it might have. But remember, we're playing whack-a-mole here. We're dealing with the whole system. So all the trips that were reduced at 5th and Arizona popped up at Olympic and 7th. There's the post office still there generating all those trips. They just got shifted a couple of blocks south. In addition, the kinds of trips, except on the holidays, that this post office was generating a lot of were typically very short trips. People would come in, they might spend 10 minutes if they were lucky, 20 minutes if they were unlucky, do their business and move on. Lots of little trips. Whereas this typical office use, creative or otherwise, is people come in and sit there for 3-4 hour conferences and really dig in deep. And so the parking demand is a lot different. The trips go down, but the parking demand is actually quite a burden. And so we're not really comparing apples for apples here. And that's why I'm really feeling that this is not working for me in terms of the traffic impacts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Newbold, you wanted to say
Well, this is
something.
a question. I guess I can't ask questions now of staff?
Of course.
Because it looks like we're going to have a technical denial, and what happens then?
Well, then it's up to someone to appeal, and if it's appealed, it goes to the City
so
Council.
it's denied, so that denial
City
would
Council.
be appealed to City
Okay.
Council.
Are there any other comments? No. Well, let's have a Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Please.
That we continue the matter until we have a full commission.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
Second.
Seconded, Commissioner Fresco. All those in favour? I'll put that motion straight away. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Well, okay, I
What?
would have
Please.
a question before
Yes.
I vote on that. Staff, if we did postpone it until we had a full, how soon could they come back?
We could schedule it as soon as we know we have a full commission. We would need to look at other things on the agenda. We can do it next week, obviously, because that's focused on St. John's. So we'd have to look at other agendas in May and figure out when we could squeeze it on. And I'm not sure of the availability of all the commissioners either, so that's something we'd have to check into.
And if we have a technical denial and it goes to City Council, how quickly will it go to City Council?
To that, I'd have to look at the scheduling. Yeah, go ahead.
We're looking into that. What it says is that the vote shall be lost motions and may be reconsidered. So probably the best thing to do if you're seriously considering reconsidering based on new evidence that's brought before you to continue it.
Well, I can't support the motion then because this is just waiting for a commissioner. I think it's better to just vote now and have these people move on to. I don't see.
Okay, so that's your thought, or is there any other thoughts about the continuance motion? No, so let's put the motion. Why don't you call a roll so we get a numerical call on that? The motion is to continue it until there is a full commission.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Oh, I had another question.
Okay.
Can we ask the applicant which they would prefer?
No.
Why not?
It's not their job to consider what the commission should do. It's up to us to make the decision.
I'm asking which they would prefer, not.
It doesn't really matter. We're not going to ask the applicant, please.
I move that we reopen the public hearing and direct a question to the applicant.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that.
Let's have a vote on that then. Ms. Yao.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy? Commissioner
Yes.
Newbold? Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
And Chair McKinnon?
No. However, applicant? Ten seconds, Mr. Kutcher. Thank you.
If we could offer a preference, it would be that our preference would be a continuance to have the full commission.
All right, thank you. So let's have that vote then. We could do it by voice, I guess, if or call a roll.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
No.
Commissioner Newbold?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
And Chair McKinnon?
No. So the motion is lost. So we now vote. Commissioner Parry?
I would like to ask if any of those that are in opposition would like to suggest additional conditions that would make it acceptable.
Well, there is one, but the applicant would have to request a continuance and then have some discussion about that, and that's really up to them. According to the planning department and our city attorney, I can't offer it, or we can't offer it here, but it continues to be the reason why I won't move forward on this. I'm okay with the adaptive reuse and I'm okay with the TDM, but the wider issue, which is in item E, now the applicant to this point has never moved. It's up to them. Otherwise, I think what will happen tonight is that there'll be a split commission and it'll go to the City Council. So you need to think about that. Would you like to conference with your client again? I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I think we do reach the butt end of these things and this is it.
I'll just, may I offer?
Please.
Since Chair Perry asked, I do share Chair McKinnon's concerns about the perimeter and the compliance with the general plan. But again, the same, my feelings on the TDM still stand. I feel like they are only partially robust for a single-use office space in the downtown, regardless of the adaptive reuse. And one of the things that I thought of now, which is coming in kind of late, is whether or not they'll be even open to sharing the 20 spaces they have on site as a part of a citywide concerted, coordinated effort rather to share parking going forward and things like that. So I do share the concerns about the compliance with the general plan and that closing off of the rest of the community from this historic site, but I think there isn't enough done to get the other issues regarding parking, to get the current trips really far out of the downtown. And I understand fourth court was okay with some members of this commission, but for me, I would say, you know, the perimeter to me is like Lincoln. Why, you know, we sat here on this commission for years telling the public and telling the commission and telling city employees that we all should be parking east of Lincoln and walking into the downtown, and then, so
Okay.
it doesn't make sense.
So I think
to
we
me.
hear you. Mr. Kutcher, did you want to make a comment at this stage?
I'd be happy to respond to your inquiry if you'd like.
Please.
If we understand your inquiry correctly, we would not be interested in a condition if it were tied to reconsideration of our approval on the fence.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Parry.
So if I understand Commissioner Kennedy correctly, there were two issues. One was it public access to the on-site parking? Was that?
No, the fence. The fence. I share Commissioner Chair McKinnon's concerns about the issue of the fence and the inability to make the finding based on the reasons he brought forth, and also future of downtown, and not just until 2020, but I mean really going forward about managing parking, getting them to off-site locations, creating more open streets in the downtown, and it's it's definitely a slow progression, but it's still a progression. And so, anyway,
I think there were two issues then that
Yeah.
Commissioner Kennedy was saying: the perimeter and also the parking. Does that solve your inquiry? Yeah. Okay. So, Commissioner Fresco.
Well, I like the conditions as they are, but I feel a need to champion this adaptive reuse project, which is a really important project in the city. I don't agree. I don't like the fence any more than you do, but I feel like it's our failing that our code doesn't really address fence height in the downtown, and it's their opportunity, and we have a shortcoming in our code, and we jumped right on it, and it's not going to happen again. But I don't think it's appropriate or fair of us to deny a really great project in so many other ways because we don't like what our code says.
Thank you, Commissioner Fresco. Other comments?
Can I
Yeah,
add
go right
something
ahead.
to that?
Yes.
Part of it is not so much a failing of the code, but in a negotiating posture, this is something the applicant thought they could drop 2 feet, and a lot of people are saying they could go a lot more. And someone said that they decided they didn't need to provide any extra parking. They could just ignore any parking concerns. They chose that. It's not that the code failed. They chose a negotiating posture, say, we can win this. We don't have to listen to the concerns from the dais. And so now we're in the stalemated position because there hasn't been much movement on this. And it was their choice, not our choice.
Thank you, Commissioner Fresco. Commissioner Parry.
Well, I really don't want to. I don't know if it would be it. I would ask Commissioner Kennedy if there was any potential in a motion that extended the area that they need to find parking outside of for the 180 days to. I mean, you said Lincoln. I'm thinking the opportunities at Lincoln may be like the last chance to get that kind of commercial parking. So I would put forward maybe 7th as the outer boundary of where they could still find some parking opportunities in the downtown area before getting into residential districts. I'm not sure how to create opportunities to share the parking in an underparked setting. So I would ask, is there any potential there?
To an extent, but at the same time, my overall review of this project, I mean, that's just one component. There are a lot of adaptive reuse projects all over the country and all over the world that don't put up a perimeter around the project, whether it's a firehouse or it's a post office or it's, some furniture warehouse. it doesn't get cordoned off for some private use after being in the public realm for a century. And so, to me, I still see that whether the code is, I still see that as a huge design flaw in the center of downtown. So if they're not budging on it, for me, that to me is insurmountable tonight. But yes, I would love to see them, be required to have a longer period of time to try to find more of that parking farther away from the site. That would be great, but it still isn't going to address the issue of the
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy.
The incompatibility regarding the perimeter.
Now, Mr. Martin would like to say something.
Yeah, I just would like to say that I understand the issue with the fence. As we have said, the fence is not before the commission. I suppose you can tie it in the way that you're doing, but again, the fence is not before the commission tonight. The other issue with the parking, I would hate to see a project like this not be approved because of a parking issue like this. This is in the downtown where we're trying to encourage parking, on the perimeter. We're trying to encourage alternative means of transportation. This is a few blocks from the expo station. There is public parking in the area. So, to not allow an adaptive reuse of a structure like this because of parking, I think is a concern, at least from a staff perspective. The commission can do what the commission wants, of course, but I just want to remind the commission of our policy on parking in the downtown, on our striving to encourage people to use other means to get there, and again, even in the zoning ordinance, we allow historic structures, designated landmarks, to be reused regardless of the use, without providing any additional parking. So that has been the city's policy. I think it's kind of taking a different direction when we don't approve, or you don't approve a project like this because of parking. So
thank you, Mr. Martin. Ms. Kohler, did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Martin said, in that the fence is not before you, even though it's unfortunate that it was not included. It was in another process. It is not before you, and therefore you should focus on the findings that are required before you.
Thank you. Mr. Parry, Commissioner Parry.
In my years on this commission has a track record of focusing on the findings and focusing on the things that are within its purview. So I feel like this is a real departure, and an important departure from our track record of handling these things in what I consider a responsible and appropriate manner. So I would just urge those commissioners that feel like their vote on this hinges on something that's outside our jurisdiction to reevaluate the question before you, or reframe the question before you in a way that's consistent with how the commission has handled these things in the past.
Commissioner Newbold.
And I guess I would say that for those of you that parking is the issue, I think no matter what goes in this building, parking is going to be a problem. So I think it's been addressed very carefully. I think it's consistent with what we have been doing. I think it's consistent with what we're looking to in the future. And I just want to remind you, the fence issue, it is private property, and I did understand what they said when they explained that people come up the steps because it says U.S. Post Office. I thought that was a very legitimate concern and reason to have a fence. And it is a landmark. It's been in our city for a very long time, and we all love it, but it is now private property.
Thank you. Any comments? Commissioner Fresco.
I just have to get back on the topic of adaptive reuse and point out how little actual real adaptive reuse we have in this city. It might happen all over the country, hardly ever happens here. And a lot of that has to do with some other stinking laws we have, like the sidewalk widening, for example, and other things that really provide a disincentive of it. And it's come to the point where the perception of downtown is that all the historic buildings are all the big ones, but that's really because those are the only ones that people bother to keep. So we really need to stretch and reach out beyond the kinds of allowances that and variances that we would normally give to really show people that we mean it when we say we want to encourage you to adaptive reuse. I think it's really important to stretch the limits of everything if we really mean for that to happen. And there's a lot of lip service to that in our loose and in our draft downtown specific plan and in pretty much every document that we've created in the last 20 years. So I think that it's would be a worthy and noble move to move past your frustrations with our code and with the circumstances in our downtown and move forward with this project.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we'll put the motion now. It's moved. Newbold seconded Parry. It's that we approve Commissioner Kennedy. Yes.
I think, Ms. Yo, you answered this earlier, but I just literally forgot. When when this project was proposed and the landmarks saw the issue of and saw the fence, you said the fence was higher and was brought down to 5 feet. But was it ever proposed by the applicant or anybody at any other time to reduce the height?
When this was initially presented to the Landmarks Commission back in September of 15, it was initially 8 feet in height. At the time when we brought the certificate of appropriateness forward, staff recommendation was for continuance due to the height of that fence. Then there was a period of negotiation, and actually it was brought down to 6.5 feet prior to the first certificate of appropriateness. That was continued, and then by the time it reached the commission again in December, it was brought down to the 5 feet. Actually, it's 4.5 feet in one portion of it, but it is generally 5 feet in height.
And the applicant said that's as low as they were willing to go, based on your knowledge.
And that was taken into consideration, all the existing character features of there's a monument sign that's there. The planters that are non-historic are very, very high and have they create a barrier as well.
I understand. Thank you. So
we will have a roll call on the motion now, please. And the motion is to approve development review permit and variance 15 ENT 0138.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
No.
Commissioner Newbold?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry?
Yes.
And Chair McKinnon?
No. So it's 3-all. The motion is therefore technically lost. There is a 14-day appeal procedure that anyone can undertake to appeal the decision to the City Council. Thank you. I think we'll take a 10-minute break at this stage and come back at 8:15. Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, let's resume. The next item is on the consent calendar, a public hearing. It's 2102 5th Street. Do any commissioners have questions, or do you want to move the motion?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
We're going on to the next item, is that right?
Yes, I have spoken to the previous applicant. They're out considering their position. We will take another break in an hour or two for them to come back and talk to me about it. Unless, do you want to talk to me now? Welcome back, Commissioner Kennedy. Before we go on to item number 9, I've had a request from Commissioner Fonda Bernardi to reconsider our vote on the last item. Commissioner, would you like to move the motion that we reconsider?
Okay. My main concern obviously was parking, and I didn't feel like we had a solid enough basis for the 23 spaces. And so if we would be able to get from the applicant a deed restriction on some piece of land somewhere that they would tell us those parking spaces were real, that they had been accounted for, and it could also be moved to other parking spaces, but it would be linked to the property if they could give us assurance that there was that link.
So I'm taking it that you're moving the motion that the Commission reconsider the vote. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
Commissioner Parry?
And I'm sorry, I'd also like to disclose that I had ex parte communication with the applicant, solely just informing him that there was a scenario where this commission was considering a motion to reconsider.
And I also had a discussion with the applicant's attorney backwards and forwards about the procedure we'd follow. Could I, all those in favour of the Commission reconsidering the vote, please say aye.
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 All those against, no. Hearing no noes. The matter is now before the Commission. Could I ask the applicant to come back up, please, and tell us what their position will be, having heard Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes, having heard the Commissioner's concern and having discussed it with my client, we're amenable to a deed restriction with respect to the 23 parking spaces, provided that there is a provision that allows that to be substituted out if another 23 spaces are restricted somewhere else.
Absolutely.
Or it might be that you'd find 12 spaces on one property and 11 spaces on another.
We would consider that a friendly workaround.
So, Ms. Yao, did you catch that? And Ms. Kohler, are you able to incorporate that?
Would just like to ask for a little clarification on exactly how he thinks that would work as far as the deed restriction.
What we'd anticipate doing is the client would anticipate doing is in connection with negotiating their lease for parking spaces. They would negotiate with the owner that's as a condition of signing that lease. That owner would agree to restrict whatever number of parking spaces up to 23 that we were leasing from that owner to the use of the post office property. And that for as long as that lease remained in effect for those spaces, that would be restricted for the post office. It might be an annual lease, in which case the next time we need to come to the planning director, we would indicate to the planning director, we've given up that lease, we found this property, this owner has restricted or will restrict their spaces. And so that's the way I would envision this done, but it would be an additional documentation on top of the lease that the property owner would execute to confirm.
And that deed restriction would be subject to the approval as to form by the city attorney's office?
Sure. Yes, we have
and
to work
as
with
to timing of when you would produce that deed or proof of recordation?
The first time would be prior to the certificate of occupancy, and then on an annual basis thereafter as part of our reporting requirements, we would do so.
Wait there, Mr. Kutcher. Commissioner.
I guess I'm just not quite understanding. If you have a lease already for spots, when you figure that out, why do we need a deed restriction? I'm not getting what more security.
I think that's a question for.
We're not sharing them, but if you have a lease, you have the right to use those spaces. So I guess could you help me understand?
Lease, and my concern is fungible parking spaces. You know, I lease to you and I lease the same space to her, and and that's fine if you can make it work. But I just need to know that at any afternoon, there's always 23 spaces available for the parking lot for the post office. As long as that's met, we're good.
We have dealt last week and again this week with private easements, I believe, on land. So we're sort of familiar with that. Does that answer your question? Yes,
okay,
it does, actually.
It answers the question. I think
it does answer the question. Okay,
ridiculous,
so I think we're moving to put the motion. The original motion was moved by Newbold and seconded by Parry. Is that still the case? With the addition of Commissioner Fonda Bernardi's deed restriction. Ms. Yao, could you recall the roll?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
No.
Commissioner Newbold?
Yes.
Commissioner Parry?
Yes.
And Chair McKinnon?
No, that motion is carried. You now have approval. There's still 14 days for anyone in the community to appeal it. However, we will now move on to item 9A, which is on the consent calendar. Do I have a motion moving that?
I so move to remove it from this. No, I would like to remove it from the consent calendar.
You'd like to remove it from the consent? 9A, all right.
Yes, 9A. Hold on a second. I'm just still recovering.
So
I've been very shaken.
2102 5th Street, 15 ENT 0017 is item 9A. We will now have the report from the Planning Department. Welcome.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Steve Mizukami from City Planning. The next item before you is a request for vesting tentative parcel map for the property located at 2102 5th Street. Real quickly, the property is located in the OP2 Ocean Park residential neighborhood with a total lot size of about 5,600 square feet. The applicant is requesting a subdivision of the airspace rights, and under the OP2 standards, the property would be required to comply with density as well as the maximum building height of 30 feet. Staff has received 2 letters in opposition of this project related to neighborhood preservation, as well as maintaining character of the neighborhood, as well as the density, and also a comment supporting the character of the existing residents. As indicated in the staff report, staff does support and recommend the parcel map approval, and staff is available for any questions.
Mr. Frisco, I'm sure you've got a question.
Well, I kind of a little diatribe to share with you.
Okay, we'll save the diatribe for the time being. I don't think we have any public comments, though, do we? No. Okay. We don't have any additional questions. We're going to close the public hearing.
Actually, can I confirm one thing? If I read the staff report correctly, the Landmarks Commission did not object to the demolition of this building. Is that?
No, no.
Oh, they haven't reviewed it.
A demo permit hasn't moved forward before them.
Okay.
At this point.
Commissioner Fresco, let the diatribe begin.
At least I'm up front. So, as you know, I'm an Ocean Park resident, although I do live 1,500 feet from this property, so I'm free to discuss it. But very committed to neighborhood character, particularly in Ocean Park, which, in addition to having many eligible landmarks, has a lot of historic fabric and historic character. So when I looked at this property with this small little house that is really exemplifies a particular part of the character of Ocean Park that is very endangered because it's often a subject for redevelopment, I was concerned. I started chatting with a guy who happened to be in the driveway of the property. He shared with me that the owner also owned the 2 properties to the north and that they were also going to be redeveloped, and it was going to be 3 sets of condos with a big yard in the front, and he said that, you know, I could learn more about it if I attended a hearing, and then I told him I was a planning commissioner, and he didn't want to talk to me anymore. But, you know, basically what concerns me is the whole adaptive reuse thing. Whether or not the Landmarks Commission decides that they want to landmark this house or not is irrelevant to our need to preserve community character and to really protect our neighborhoods in the way they are redeveloped. This site already has more than 1 unit on it, and there's nothing in our ordinances that say that you have to adaptively reuse a building if it's there. It's all suggested in the loose, and it suggests it many times not only for designated landmarks, but for any other buildings because they preserve character, scale, and it's a very sustainable practice. But there's no way for us to really push people to do it. I don't think that it limits their ability to develop 3 condos on this site. We've seen it in landmark properties in not downtown, in the Santa Monica tract, whatever that neighborhood is called. Wilmot? Is that Wilmot over there? I know it by the old tract names, sorry. But, you know, you can certainly turn these smaller buildings into fabulous condo units and build modern things behind them. We have nothing to incentivize them or to even make them stop and look at that, except maybe continuing a tract map discussion to give the applicant a chance to think about that and consider that approach to this property. The other 2 properties to the north have had a lot done to them. They don't have as much personality as this one. And so there might be a way for them to achieve all their goals for developing these properties and realizing their investment as they so choose if we give them an opportunity to look into that. So I would recommend continuing it and letting the applicant know what we're up to.
May I ask, what is your argument? Your argument is that by continuing it, they could preserve the house at the front and still do 3 condos?
Yes, I don't think that adaptive reuse of this house would preclude their goal of building 3 condos on here, and I am guessing that it wasn't considered.
So, in essence, you're saying to the Commission that if we defer it, that they might still come back and ask for 3 condos, but it would be 3 condos in addition to the house that exists?
Well, no, it would be, the house would be 1 condo.
I see. So it's 2 condos as well as the house, right? I just needed to clear that.
It could still be a tract map division. But
Ms. Yao, could you comment on that?
I think it's important to clarify that, yes, there have been applications in the past to convert formerly rent-controlled housing to condominiums, but it's also equally important to understand that the city has a very, very restrictive condo conversion ordinance where it effectively is, it's very difficult to do, and in many cases, in order to achieve that, it involves the demolition of the property to remove it first in order to be able to build condos on the property. So in this case, the house would have to be technically torn down, so more than, you know, under our new definition of demolition, which is sort of removal of more than 40% of the surface area of the walls would have to be removed in order for it to become a condominium. So it's not as simple as just keeping the house exactly as it is and converting it. Of course, the property owner has, you know, the right to go out of the rental business under the Ellis Act. That's something that the city does not have control over. We cannot compel them to stay in the rental business. So, you know, this application before you is for a 3-unit condo. That's something that the applicant has proposed. I think we would, you know, there are also review timelines that are indicated in your staff report. On page 5, of course, these are guidelines, and, you know, that's something that we would recommend that the Commission, if you're going to take that course of action, that you look carefully at the findings and really articulate the reasons for the continuance within the limitations of existing law.
Okay. I have suggestions.
Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I may not have heard, Chair, did you call for ex parte communications on this?
I didn't, but I should have. You don't have any. Does anyone else have any? You spoke to a
shared
gentleman.
mine.
Yes. None of the rest of us. All right. So, Commissioner.
Yeah, I think in finding 2, where it talks about the design or improvement of the pro subdivision is consistent with applicable general and specific plans. But of course, in the loose, goal N18, a neighborhood to protect, preserve, and enhance the Ocean Park residential neighborhood and ensure compatible design. That has to do with making sure that we have neighborhood compatibility. We also have the Ocean Park guidelines, and under the compatible design section on page 17 of the Ocean Park guidelines, they actually have a picture of this house, I swear to God. I am not kidding. Page 17 of your Ocean Park guidelines. So in the loose, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different references to adaptive reuse of older buildings for sustainability reasons, for neighborhood character reasons. So I do not believe that this approach would meet finding number 2.
Commissioner, you do need to propose something. So if you wish to move a continuance, you need to do that. You can move a denial or you can move acceptance. But to move forward, let's have your thinking. I'll ask Commissioner Fonda Bernardi to speak, and then I'll come back to you.
I have a point of clarification. Part of the strategy of preserving existing buildings was that in the old code, and this is a staff question, in the old code you were allowed to put an addition to the back of the OP2 lot within 5 feet of the rear property line if in fact you preserve the front house. Does that exist in the new code?
Let us look into that for a second.
Sure.
Commissioner Kennedy, brief comment, and then I'll go back to Commissioner Fresco.
Yeah, and I just have a comment. I know Ms. Yeo knows this, but a lot of the maps that we see here are not actually for formally rent-controlled units. They're for currently existing units that are actually currently controlled. Mm-hmm. So.
What?
So,
say that again.
Ms. Yeo said in her description of seeing these applications come before us that we do see them for formally rent-controlled properties, but the reality is that 99% of them are actually still controlled at the time that the map is applied for and the entitlements are received, and nothing goes forward with the development of the property until the Ellis application has actually been approved and the building has been removed. But anyway, so it's just a technicality, and I was just pointing that out.
But basically that Ellis hasn't gone through yet. Is that what you're saying?
Right. What I'm saying is, like, so
on this property or in general?
Well, it says here on, so it's I'm saying in general and on this property.
Pending.
So
It says pending.
Right, but here's the thing. So a lot of times our staff reports say pending Ellis application, but again, based on my experience, a large majority of the time, or maybe even almost every single time, it's not really pending. They haven't applied yet. They're coming to get their entitlements, and then perhaps they'll go through the Ellis withdrawal process, and then they need to make sure that they do that in order to develop the property. So I personally don't know if there are tenants in there at the moment. The rent control status, according to staff, is that they're controlled at the moment, and that's how we see these when they come to us. They are controlled, and that they're removal of rent-controlled properties. But regardless of that, the property is currently controlled, and they are when they come to us.
Commissioner Fresco, have you decided what you'd like to do?
Yes. In light of the whole condo conversion thing, which I hadn't thought of in light of this project, but I realize that that is a huge barrier for adaptive reuse. I would move denial, because basically allowing this tract map basically signs the death warrant for that building, which I am not in favor of because I believe it would not be a compatible thing to do for the neighborhood.
So you're moving to deny. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, if I may ask, we need to look into a procedural requirement having to do with a denial of potential housing. So
you'd like to continue
we would
this?
like to look into this.
So I'm going to suggest, Commissioner, that we move this to the end of the agenda, or we can move it to some other time, which would be the continuance you were talking about. In fact,
I'll make a substitute that we continue it.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, I'll just make a substitute motion that we continue it.
Is there a seconder to that, Commissioner Fresco?
Second.
And so the motion is that we continue this item to another agenda of the Planning Commission to be decided by the Agenda Committee. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. One no recorded, but the motion is carried. This item 9A will now appear on a subsequent Planning Commission agenda. So we are now moving to item 10A, which is 1325 6th Street, development 12005. It is a float up for a 6-storey, 65 residential unit apartment or mixed use block. Mr. Sakaris.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Ariel Sakaris with the City Planning Division. And the item I am presenting is a development agreement float up for a residential mixed-use project at 1325 6th Street. Briefly, to remind the Commission, the purpose of the float-up review is to inform the Planning Commission as well as the public about the project and provide an opportunity to review and discuss the conceptual plans, feedback and design, neighborhood compatibility, as well as an opportunity for the Commission to provide direction to staff on the negotiation points and potential community benefits of the project. The subject site's located in the downtown core on the east side of 6th Street between Santa Monica Boulevard and Arizona Avenue. Lincoln Boulevard is 2 blocks to the east of the site, and the Expo Terminus station on Colorado and 4th is less than a half-mile walk away. The site's 15,000 square feet in size and is currently used as a private surface parking lot. Until the adoption of a downtown plan, development in the downtown is governed by an interim zoning ordinance, as well as the 1988 zoning ordinance, that would be the previous zoning ordinance. And according to the IZO in effect, any project in the downtown that's over 32 feet in height requires the approval of a development agreement. Just to remind the Commission, I know the Commission has considered other development agreements, but as a DA, the project does not have to comply with the zoning ordinance. However, it does need to be consistent with the general plan and any applicable specific plans. In this case, since the site is within the downtown core, project compliance would be limited to the 1984 loose. Here's an image of the subject site showing you the, as I mentioned, it's just a surface parking lot, which is for private use and not open to the public. Here are images of views looking north and south. Adjacent uses consist of a 3-story office building to the north, the Santa Monica Main Public Library to the south, YMCA to the west, and a 5-story office building, the telephone building, to the east. Some items some suggested items for the Planning Commission to focus on are the appropriateness of the building mass and scale, its compatibility with the neighborhood context, consistency with the 84 loose, the level of desired consistency with the downtown plan in its draft form, consideration of alternatives, and again, to identify any negotiation points, as well as potential community benefits, which could include enhanced development fees, as well as a level of affordability of the units. In the staff report, as referenced, it's provided the estimated development fees that are identified if it would be a Tier 2 project under the existing zoning ordinance, because that's what it essentially qualifies for, at the enhanced rate of 14%. And again, that's a requirement of the current zoning ordinance for Tier 2 projects as part of the community benefits. Also, the applicant is proposing to satisfy the affordability requirement by providing the affordable units off-site. So something else for the Planning Commission to consider is the comparativeness in size of these off-site units potentially to the units at the market rate site. Normally with affordable units, the Commission as well as staff looks at comparability between affordable units and how they relate to market units. And also the Affordable Housing Ordinance establishes limits in terms of unit sizes as well, so that's another item to consider. Here's a rendering of the building looking northeast. It's proposed at 6 stories and 60 feet high with a 3.1 FAR. That exceeds the height and FAR standards of the 1984 loose, as you could see here, of 50 feet and 4 stories, as well as a 2.0 FAR. However, as I noted, the DA only needs to be consistent with the general plan. So if this project were to move forward, a text amendment would be required as part of any project approval. As you can see, the building is of a modern design. It utilizes the two frontages to generate pedestrian activity. The commercial space on the ground floor is just under 5,000 square feet in size. There are 65 residential units proposed on the upper levels of the building. There are 4 levels of subterranean parking accessed from the alley, and the subterranean parking includes 136 parking spaces, as well as 113 long-term bike spaces. There are also 22 short-term bike spaces that are distributed throughout the ground floor level. Included in the 136 parking spaces are 43 surplus parking spaces, and those are proposed to accommodate the replacement of parking spaces that are obligated under a private parking easement that's on the site now with the telephone building to the east. As proposed, the project would be considered a Tier 2 project as the current draft downtown plan is drafted, and appears to be fully compliant with the downtown plan as designed. The one issue that it doesn't comply with is parking. It's short by 4 residential spaces. However, it exceeds the required spaces for commercial and guest parking, so it's just simply a matter of shifting assignments. So in essence, it complies. In this table, you see the project's unit mix for all 65 units. Again, not subject to the current zoning ordinance, but for comparative purposes, it does meet the unit mix requirements, or the unit mix standards, I should say, in the community benefits chapter for Tier 2 projects. And overall, the project has an average bedroom factor of 1.35. In looking at the ground floor plan here, you see 6th Street, the front of the building on the bottom, and 6th Court to the rear. The approximate 5,000 square feet of commercial area is shown in yellow, which is difficult to see on the larger screen. A widened sidewalk is proposed that would be consistent with the minimum 15 feet currently contemplated by the draft downtown plan. The commercial area, as I mentioned, wraps around the corner of the building to utilize and activate the secondary frontage that faces the library to the south. The residential lobby and rec room are shown here. Again, this blue is not showing it very well either, but it's at the bottom near the entrance is the lobby, and the rec room is just behind that. There's a bike fix station, showers, and lockers that are located at the rear of the commercial spaces. And the balance of the ground floor consists of mechanical rooms and support areas. Again, vehicular access to the site is from the rear along 6th Court leading to the subterranean garage. In looking at the second floor plan, you can see that there are 4 units proposed towards the rear of the site that consist of 2 studio units as well as 2 one-bedroom units. The third and fourth floor plans, are identical and include 15 units, and you can see the unit breakdown there. The shaded area here in blue is usable open space on the 3rd floor, and on the 4th floor it's open to below, so it creates some internal openness in the building. That's the only difference between the 2 floors. All the corridors are single loaded and encouraging natural light and air. Moving on to the 5th floor, general same layout, but the unit mix is slightly different up here. That goes from a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom, but it's 15 units and includes all the same sort of design features as mentioned on the lower residential floors. The 6th floor plan, similar as well, 16 units with the same design features. Moving on to the roof plan, there is approximately 7,000 square feet of usable roof deck area, which you can see shown here with the images of the tables and seating areas. There's room allocated for solar panels and typical mechanical equipment that you would see on a building roof. Here is a view of the project looking southeast. And to move on to the affordability of the project, the applicant's proposing to comply with the affordability ordinance by providing units at an extremely low level, which is 30% of the area median income, 30% AMI. At this level, the Affordable Housing Ordinance requires a minimum of 5% of the units be provided. In this project, that would equal 3 units. Again, to look to our current zoning ordinance for comparative purposes, if we apply the Tier 2 standards again, at least 50% more affordable units would be required. That would increase the minimum required number of affordable units on this project to 5. The Affordable Housing Ordinance also allows that the units be provided either on-site or off-site. As I mentioned, the applicant is proposing to provide them off-site at 711 Colorado as part of a 100% affordable senior housing project. If, as part of the proposal, if the units are provided at the off-site location, the applicant is agreeing to a 25% increase above the Tier 2 requirements, which would then increase the number of affordable units from 5 to 6. These units would be at 711 Colorado Avenue, in addition to the affordable units that are associated with the second DA float-up that you're going to be listening to tonight at 1430 Lincoln Boulevard. And these off-site units would be fulfilling the requirements of a deed restriction on the 711 Colorado Avenue property receiver site for affordable units off a market rate location. Lastly, there'd be a condition of approval that is also offered by the applicant, but would be required typically of an off-site provision that the certificate of occupancy for the affordable units would be issued prior to the certificate of occupancy for the market rate residential mixed use project. One more note to add with the off-site provision: if this scenario is ultimately approved as part of the project, the applicant is also agreeing to provide an additional 11 units affordable at 11 SRO, senior SRO units affordable to 100% AMI income households. These 11 units, these proposed 11 units are aggregate for both DAs, so we haven't discussed how much would be assigned to each DA, but we would need to allocate, for example, 4 of those units to this DA and 7 to the other DA, but in total there would be an additional 11 combined between the two. So that's in continuing with that assumption that we would assign 4 of the 100% AMI units to this property. This is what the comparison would look like in terms of the off-site request as compared to the on-site request. If off-site, there would be 10 affordable units, there'd be 4 one-bedrooms at 30%, 2 two-bedrooms at 30%, as well as the 4 SRO units at 100%. On-site, that minimum requirement, as I mentioned, is only 5 units, and that would be 3 one-bedrooms at 30% AMI and 2 two-bedrooms at 30% AMI. In looking at the comparisons between the average bedroom factors between the affordable units and the market rate units, in determining the average bedroom factor, we would apply just the minimum required affordable units, which would be the 5, and those 5 units would have an average bedroom factor of 1.4. The resulting 65 units that would still be on the market rate site would have an average bedroom factor of 1.35. In the on-site scenario, the 5 units would have, of course, the same average bedroom factor because it's the same unit mix. But the resulting 60 units that would be on site would still maintain the average bedroom factor of 1.35, which complies with current zoning ordinance standards that the affordable units have at least the same or above bedroom factor as the market rate units. Some potential community benefits that the Planning Commission can consider are, as I mentioned, the enhanced development fees. Again, to reiterate, current zoning ordinance requires an increase in 14% for Tier 2 projects. You can look at physical improvements or project design features as currently proposed. The project's providing an expanded sidewalk, as I mentioned, rooftop solar panels, and an increased number of affordable units. Other potential design features that could be considered include EV charging stations, which has been a component of other DAs that have been approved, car sharing opportunities. The level of LEED certification should be considered. As proposed in the application submitted, the applicant is seeking certification for gold, but as the Commission is aware, many of the recent development agreements that have been approved have been at a platinum level. TDM program would need to be considered as a community benefit as well. potential for enhanced bicycle facilities, enhanced monetary contributions to agencies such as the Big Blue Bus, water conservation contributions, historic preservation contributions, and as well as a potential for local hiring provision. I'll run through the ARB's comments as quickly as I can. There was a community meeting held first on March 28th. For this project, there were 2 people in attendance. There was no discussion, no opposition, no questions. They were just there as spectators, I suppose. The ARB looked at the concept review on April 4th. They liked the openness of the upper levels, the airflow. It improved the livability of the building design. They felt like the exterior design animated the building. They liked how the design maximizes the location and activates those both sides of the ground floor for pedestrian activity. Varying rhythms along the facades is strong. The floor-to-ceiling transparency at the ground floor was a strong presence. A comment was made that the transition from the sidewalk to the commercial needs to be softened, and that the extensive use of concrete on the north side front elevation appears cold and lacks articulation. Specifically in looking at the rendering again, they're referring to this component of the project here, which houses the elevator tower and the concrete element to the north, and they also commented on the relationship of this party wall at the north end to the adjacent building. Oh, apologies. One other thing, they had concern or comments on the angular form of these walkways here, saying that they were sharp and weren't consistent with the design of the rest of the building. The process forward from here, Commission would direct staff on items to focus on, and the negotiations ultimately would return to Planning Commission for recommendation, City Council, and then ARB afterwards if approved. One correspondence was received in favor of the project, which has been forwarded to the Commission, I believe. And that concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Commissioners.
I have a question.
Commissioner Fresco.
What's an SRO? How is it different from a studio apartment?
An SRO is it's classified as a residential use in the zoning ordinance, but it is different in the sense that they're smaller units. They aren't required to have kitchen or bathroom facilities. Mm-hmm. They're more of a, the word is escaping me now. The
boarding house, hostel.
That wasn't the word I was looking for.
Especially not the way you pronounced it.
An efficiency unit. That's the word I was looking for.
I thought a bachelor was an efficiency unit. Whatever, it's okay.
It's sort of the same.
Commissioner Newbold.
Are you finished with your question?
Yes.
Could you talk to me about this? Oh, they don't have quite enough residential parking. They're 4 short, but they have more of the commercial, so it's really fine. Could you go back to that? Because I didn't get that when I read the staff report.
That's fine. The way the required parking works out in terms of comparing it to the requirements of the draft downtown plan, there were short 4 spaces for the residential uses. However, there was extra spaces for the commercial use, for the commercial space, and the required guest parking for the residential uses that amounted to more than 4. So it was just a matter of...
Well, is it going to be an issue where it is in the structure? Because usually with the residential, they keep it kind of separated.
It wouldn't be. It's a simple function of just moving the security gate or whatever mechanism that they would be using to separate them.
Okay. And then can you talk to us about 711 Colorado? And it's being referred to as a senior housing project. Is that something I should be asking the applicant when they're up? Or can you talk to me about senior? Where did that come from?
Well, the senior concept, it's best to talk to the applicant because the deed restriction on the property does not require that it be senior housing. It just requires that it be affordable housing. The senior component of the project was proposed from the applicant, so they could better speak to why they chose that option.
Okay. And then can you put up the slide where you show, I think it's what we would get at Colorado, the affordable units. I don't think you called it I think it was off-site, and yes, that one. But at this off-site location, it's already required to be an affordable project. So how do we evaluate that what we're
Are we
getting?
getting more affordable?
I mean, I think what we're getting is more affordability, but it's not, there's no little table showing us that.
Yeah, it's difficult to make that one-for-one comparison because the requirements for the deed restriction at 711 Colorado were based on an equivalency table, where the deeper the affordability and the higher the bedroom count, the more points assigned to the unit, and they need to achieve a minimum of 52 points. Based on what they're proposing to locate at 711 Colorado between the two DAs exceeds the 52 units, and it's at a deeper affordability. So in concept, in general, we're setting the bar at that offsite location higher than the minimum 52 point requirement that's in the deed restriction now. So we'd be getting a deeper level of affordability.
So you're telling me that the way the equivalency works, the more bedrooms they have, the more points they get. So if they do a 3-bedroom, they get higher points.
It's both number of bedrooms and affordability.
Because generally you don't want, I mean, most senior affordable housing, you wouldn't even want 3 bedrooms. So I guess I can't quite evaluate it all, but I feel like there's some little trick here that I'm not getting. And we're going to lose out somehow. So I just...
Yeah, well, I mean, just if I can clarify one other thing. As I mentioned, the deed restriction doesn't specify senior housing, so I agree.
But it's in the staff report that it is supposed to be senior, so
correct.
I'm assuming that that's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Where does the deed restriction come from?
It's I don't know the origination of the deed restriction. I'm not that familiar with it.
Well, I think the applicant can speak to it more particularly, but it is part of a settlement agreement that was reached, which allowed them to use that the 711 site as kind of a receiver site for off-site housing. But the applicant can go into that in more detail.
We'll look forward to that. I guess what Commissioner Newbold is saying is pretty much what's on my mind. You've got 2 development agreements coming tonight. They've both got affordable housing elements. But it looks a bit like 1 and 1 equals 1.5, because the 11 units that could be senior in addition to the 52 points are being written up in both of the development agreements as if they're the affordable housing. So you'll get this, but you could get 11 units at 711, but then the next one you come to, they go, well, you'll get this number of units and you'll get 11 down. So No, they in both of the reports, it's very clear there's the affordable units, and then we get more units down at 711, whatever they are. The total number of these SRO units, 4 plus 7, right?
Correct.
11.
Yeah.
And it's written up in both of the reports that there will be a total of 11 extra SRO units down at this site. So I'm finding it very hard to understand exactly how many affordable units we will get out of this, what the percentage of the total is, and what the extra value is we're getting above and beyond what they would be required to give us. It's not like a giveaway. They actually have to do a lot of this stuff, and the lack of clarity is one of the issues that I think in this that's a bit concerning. So I guess we can get back to that. Commissioner Kennedy.
Is there a is there a different AMI for a senior at 100%, or is that so it would just be affordable at 100%? Okay.
Correct, and as a senior project, it would just be restricted to senior occupants.
Right. Okay. I had another question. In your discussions with the applicant, have you discussed why they chose 100% instead of, say, 80?
We haven't had that discussion. The 100% is a cap that's in the deed restriction that the affordable units must not be at higher levels than that. So that's what they've proposed, but we haven't entered in any discussions or consideration about establishing a lower percentage or lower income level.
So that's like a cap, so it could go up to that amount, theoretically.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
The deed restriction precludes units at affordability levels that would exceed 100% AMI.
I see. Okay, thanks.
I think it's now time for the applicant's team. Mr. Rand.
No.
And what an amazing coincidence that the last time you were here, we had the restrictions on the parking lot, and the parking was shifted around, and now here you are, and you've got the float ups straight out of the bat.
Coincidence?
It's
I
remarkable.
think not.
Yes. Please.
Good evening, Commission. Dave Rand, Armbruster Goldsmith Delvac, here representing the applicant NMS. Mr. Sakaris, as always, did an incredibly thorough and comprehensive job. So I'll hit a couple points and dive right into the issue, which is what's this whole offsite thing about? And all of your questions, very good ones. So first, I do want to say this is different than some of the projects this applicant has brought before you. Previous DAs have been Tier 3. These are Tier 2 projects tonight. This is a DA by technicality. This project is tracking the draft Tier 2 standards set forth in the specific plan that have been there since the draft first plan's inception a few years ago in the framework element of terms of 60 feet in height and a 3.25 FAR. And as such, we're proposing Tier 2 level community benefits, as Mr. Sakaris outlined, consistent with what's in the draft DSP and what's in the zoning ordinance's guidance. So with respect to affordability, the zoning ordinance and the draft DSP standards require 50% above AHP minimum. As you know, the AHPP allows one way to satisfy it is by setting aside 5% of the units in a building for extremely low-income households at 30% of AMI. 50% above that would be 7.5%. There's always rounding up, so that basically equates to 8% of the units in each of these projects dedicated to extremely low-income households to satisfy the on-site requirement. So originally when we rolled out these projects, that is what we proposed. That equated to 5 units at 6th Street, 3 one-bedrooms, 2 two-bedrooms, and 8 units at Lincoln, 5 one-bedrooms, 3 two-bedrooms, 8%, Tier 2, community benefits. We think there's a better option here, and that's to off-site the units, and the deal would be the city gets a lot more. And let me explain why. In 2015, the city was embroiled in a nasty lawsuit with a company called Dunn Rabana. Dunn Rabana was the previous owner of the site at 711 Colorado, a single lot, 7,500 square foot lot. They had taken over JSM's affordable housing obligations from the disaster of yesteryear, and were suing the city, claiming that a deed restriction that encumbered the 711 Colorado property should not obligate them to build a 100% affordable housing project at that location. My client, NMS, stepped in and said, we will buy that lot. We'll buy that lot subject to the deed restriction, thus enabling the city to settle that lawsuit under one important condition. The condition being that that site would be a receiver location for off-site affordable housing units connected to market rate development agreements. Now, I want to be very clear. There is nothing in the deed restriction that obligates anything to be built at that property. That property, sadly, could sit fallow, underutilized, vacant in perpetuity. There has to be an economic incentive for the affordable units to be constructed that property. I mean, that may not be music to your ears, but that is a fundamental reality that there's no debating. So the way that project gets built is a catalyst connected to the market rate development agreement projects. In this case, what we're proposing is instead of 13 total units, extremely low, that you will see before you tonight that would be on site, we will plus that up by 25%. So there'll be 17 extremely low units off-site. And the breakdown would be 11 one-bedrooms and 6 two-bedrooms. Those units, those 17 units, the 25% increase, would all comply with the AHPP minimum unit size requirements. They would be the top quality affordable units that you would expect. You will just get more of them. Yes, they will be senior units. The reason they will be senior units, Mr. Sakaris is right, the original deed restriction required 100% affordable housing. That deed restriction was amended when my client took over and entered into an obligation that superseded the original deed restriction that actually does require 0 and 1 bedroom units at that site to be senior. So that would be a senior housing project. We happen to think that's a good thing. There's a dearth of senior affordable housing in the city. The housing element speaks to the fact that there's an incredible need for that type of housing product. And I will tell you, the fact that it's a senior building also provides parking benefits that are really important on a single lot where it's very difficult to provide code-required parking for standard residential units. So back to the number. We were talking about 13 on site. We're now talking about 17 off-site, a 25% increase. And yes, there will be more. In addition to the 25% plus up, this applicant will commit to build at least 11 additional smaller units. Call them SROs, call them smaller studios, whatever you want. They're going to be smaller units. And they'll be deed restricted at 100% AMI. Commissioner Kennedy, the reason for that is because the deed restriction says any units above the minimum can be deed restricted at 100% AMI. So in total, the city would get 28 affordable units, a 115% increase above what you will get if you adhere to the Tier 2 standards for on-site affordability. So it's not a game, it's a good thing. It's a good thing for the city. It's a good thing for the applicant because obviously their market rate DAs can be exclusively market rate DAs. But the city gets more affordable housing and an actual 100% senior affordable housing project that would not and could not otherwise be constructed. I'm not sheepish about proposing that at all. In fact, if you don't take it, I think it'd be surprising. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Before, I'd like to defer to Ms. Carolina Roca of the Michael Falonis Architectural Firm, who will give you a brief overview of the design intent. And then I'm sure we'll go back into a healthy debate about the affordable housing. Thank you.
Welcome. Of course, we miss Mr. Falonis. Is it true he's in France touring the castles of the Loire Valley or something like that?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, he sent us those pictures today. He's at Villa Savoy. He was taking pictures of Le Corbusier's work.
Well, nice of you to come this evening. Thank you.
So, hi, good evening. My name is Carolina Rocha, and I'm here representing Michael Falonis Architects. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the design. We took a modernist approach. We emphasized in the livability of the units, and we took full advantage of the context. We also paid particular attention to the a passive solar design, nice ventilation through all the units. And to avoid the use of technical system, the project is made out of single-loaded corridors. We have analyzed the contextual relationship between our project and the transportation system. We looked closely at the bus and the new metro station that's coming 1/2 mile away from our project. A little bit about the location. On the south side, we have the library, the Santa Monica Public Library. On the east, we have a tall building. It's about 5 stories. At the west, we have the YMCA, and on the north side, we have a shorter building, which Google used to occupy as 3 stories. We have 4 levels of subterranean parking, which is provided from the 6th court alley. We have also made a series of sun studies where we designed to maximize light coming into all the exterior spaces. This is the ground floor. The ground floor takes full advantage of the building. It's made out of a residential lobby. It has a commercial space that provides pedestrian access directly from the sidewalk and along the open public area on the south side to improve the vitality and the pedestrian circulation. The ground floor design incorporates glazing and accessibility along 6th Street and to the parking lot on the south. The ground floor public area open space wraps around the south side of the building, providing seating and dining opportunities. Also wanted to note that the demising wall splitting the commercial space that you see is a placeholder for now. It can potentially be arranged on a number of different ways. Here we have the mezzanine level, which accommodates 3 units, and we have the typical floor plans, which you can see all the units have cross ventilation. They're single loaded. And here we have the roof plan, the roof design. We have maximized the community garden spaces, and we also provided space for the solar panels. These are render elevations. We have the design shows multiple patterns, rhythmic patterns, which we try to maximize the animation. We try to create this movement through the facades. On the north elevations, right next to the property line, adjacent to a 40 feet building, and the east facade is in the back alley, facing the back alley. Here we have a cross section, longitudinal section, and this is the west elevation view. The openness of the upper levels create great airflow through the project and provides an open feel to the courtyards. We see the building with a couple of different materials above the podium. We'll provide with a lot of glass in the living areas of the units, as you can see on the corner of the building. Here we have the south elevation. It's highly articulated set of patterns. Gives the facade a feel of movement, so since they're not flat on the elevation, they are oriented in a number of different directions to provide texture and color to the building. Within the materials, besides the glass, we're looking into making the color panels baked on enamel with metal finish, so we don't have to try to think about maintaining them over the years. We want the material which will allow us to eliminate thinking about accessibility and the difficulty on getting them through maintenance. Here we have the west elevation. We have a close-up. We also thought about using perforated material panels on the facades and the stairs to maximize light and to give them a lighter appearance. The louver system on the ground plane by the commercials you can see is still under development. Again, the building is under the schematic design phase, and we're leaving room for improvement on the building design as well as the material palette. Here we have the west elevation. And these close-ups gives you a better feel to visualize how these panels are oriented in different directions to create a rhythm with different patterns, colors, and also to the shadows being projected by the movement of them. Some are recessed, other ones are angled, giving the appearance that they're moving away from the outlines of the edges of the facade. And here's the corner elevation view, if you have any questions.
I'm sure we do. Commissioners, questions? Of course, Commissioner Fresco. Actually, Commissioner Mario, why don't you start? You never start. Tonight you do.
I always have several. And since this is a float-up, this will be more of a looser discussion, and I'd like to get corresponding feedback from everybody.
Of course.
One of the questions is, first of all, it's an extremely fortunate site because you're open on 3 sides, and that's pretty rare to find in downtown, a site that's open on 3 sides. And so I'm looking at the edge along where the library is, which ironically will probably be the most commonly experienced edge because a lot of people go in and out of the library, and a lot of people use that parking lot. In some ways, almost more than, I guess it's 6th Street, the 6th Street side, you know, because of how the library is positioned. And I'm looking at what's actually happening along that edge, because I see bicycles that are being stored there outside of the property line. I see balconies going outside the property line. Am I reading that correctly? Is there something going on there that I should be aware of?
Well, on the south side, we do have the commercial space, which is 18 feet high, and as you can see in between the commercial space, we allocated 3 units of the mezzanine levels.
Right.
Also, the main courtyard space above the podium,
Mhm.
it's open to the library to allow for more permeability on that side.
But
there
I'm looking at balconies that are going over the property line. Is that correct? Is that really what's happening?
They're 30 inches projected in.
Into the neighbor, into the library's property?
That's something that we're revising on the design at the moment. Mhm.
So I've seen that before on Falone's projects where he grabs pieces of the public right-of-way. In this case, and I've always been very uncomfortable with that. And so now he's parking bicycles there and he's putting balconies there. And I think it's the library's property, but I'm not sure.
We're looking into that
Okay.
at the moment. Mhm.
The other question, again, back to my usual questions. The roof seems completely under solar PV'd, if you will. I mean, it seems like there are huge areas that aren't being utilized. Is there some thinking there?
Well, we have about 7,000 square feet of usable space. You can see here.
Like if you look at that center peninsula, I'd say you could add 50% more solar collectors there without even trying hard. Is there some thing that's holding you back?
The project is on schematic design phase, so we're still developing this.
So that would be these would be the
Yes.
first thing I would ask
Mhm.
is that south edge be cleaned up and that the amount of photovoltaic be increased. And then, so along that line of cleaning out the south edge a little bit, it seems the elevator along that south edge really squeezes the accessibility down that side. Was that intentional? Was there something going? See how that elevator goes all the way to the edge and you got to go through it like this.
Yeah, based on the ARB flood-up comments,
Uh-huh.
we actually are swapping. We're putting the elevator next to the property line and the stairs where the elevator is to allow for that opening to be wider.
I'm talking about the elevator on the south side. Are we talking about
Oh, the
same
elevator by the alley?
Yeah, well, it's
court,
by the
6th
library, the one by the library. I'm looking at that elevator.
Oh, I see. The elevator that comes from the parking.
Now, see that right
This
there?
one. Oh,
that
from-
one closest to the library. See how tight the throat is? If you were to flow around in that blue area, it seems it's like really pinched there. And is there,
Mhm.
are you trying to achieve something there, or what? It feels like the tables there that are beyond that point are really unconnected to the rest of the. They're sort of. And is that intentional? Is there something going on?
No, it's not intentional, but we are actually, we pushed it in 5 feet to make that gap 10 feet.
Okay.
So that's something that Michael is also looking at.
Right.
Yeah.
And then my final comment, which is a general comment, is I always like lower rise building. I think this building is kind of big and bulky and kind of, because he doesn't use single loaded corridors, and it's like insect building. You know, the skeleton has been pushed to the outside, and the important thing is happening on the inside. But when that happens, the building looks bigger than it really is because so much of the void is inside, but you don't see that. And
Exactly. We focus on the livability of the units, and we try to maximize cross ventilation to all the units.
Well,
But I understand your.
But when
yeah.
you get to this height, which is 6 stories, there are units down at the bottom that may never see daylight. You know, they're way down the bottom, even though the sun study shows that maybe on 2 o'clock you'll get one ray of sun in there. And if you take off a floor, all of a sudden that light starts coming down a lot deeper. So that would be another idea, would be to change the massing a little bit so we're getting more open, penetrable space visually accessible from the outside. Although the space that is accessible to the library is kind of nice, that big sort of trapezoidal space is kind of cool. But still, the building has got maybe one more floor than it needs, in my opinion.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fresco.
One of the things, we talk so much about our TDMs and our bikes, and I look at plans like this and I see transformers and electrical and bike fix and shower even on the precious ground floor area. Are there reasons why those can't be down below and we couldn't have that convenient everyday bike storage for residents in those spaces?
That's something that I would have to.
My question is really, is there some technical reason why? I mean, I can understand why the trash needs to be accessible to the garbage trucks, but an electrical room and a transformer could be downstairs, and if some guy had to get to it with a truck, you can get down there in a truck. So, I just am always looking for ways to make sure it's really easy and convenient for people to use their bikes. And, I remember...
I think that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got an answer to it? Or is that something you'd like to look at?
No, we're going to look at that. That's something that we're revising
that's just
as
a
well.
thought.
Yes, we're...
So let's keep asking questions.
Okay, my next question is, when I look at that building, it kind of looks like it's facing the library, like that would be the front, except for there is like a weirdly opaque concrete wall, the one with the bike storage there.
Mhm.
And it seems like 6th Street is still the street in the public right-of-way, and it should face that, but it kind of turns its back on that too a little. Which is the front?
6th.
Okay, well, yeah, I think it needs to express that more.
Mhm.
And I also just, as a comment along those lines with those, it has a very light, the plaid effect of the treatment, and then all those heavy is very light, and the light perforated treatments on the stairs, and then the heavy concrete things. It sort of looks like a building without a plumb line, like it's like it's being pulled in by the weight of certain elements. That is really uncomfortable looking to me, and the fact that you can't really tell which is the front is also kind of part of that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Okay, so that's your questions. Commissioner Newbold?
I actually have a question for the attorney, not for the...
All right, so just hang on one second. Why don't we ask questions of the architect, and then we'll get Mr. Rand up for a perhaps longer period. Anyone else? Any other architecture questions?
Yeah, one more question. How many car charging stations do you intend to have in this?
I'm not certain at the moment. That's something we're still trying to resolve about that.
Because that links a little bit to the size of the transformers, blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mhm.
Commissioner Kennedy now.
On the ground floor, is that designed to be 4 separate retail spaces or 3?
The demising wall is just a placeholder. We're still developing that.
So,
For
but
now,
the way that even as proposed, it could work as at least 3? Is that what you've got?
Exactly, yes. It
Okay.
could work 2 or 3, even 4 spaces. Mhm.
Okay. And then with the 18-foot ground floor, the upper housing floors are less than 10 feet?
They're 9 feet.
9 feet?
The ones on the mezzanine level.
Okay. And hold on a second. I forgot my other question. I have to come
I'll
back.
ask a question and then you can come back. So was it, you have what looks like an incinerator on 6th Street with that chimney-like concrete structure. Was that was obviously a conscious design decision. Was there a reason for that? I mean, strikingly ugly.
Yeah, we're working on that. We're really...
So let's move to the elevator there on the southwest corner, which, as Commissioner Mario has pointed out, is kind of unusually placed, that divides that downstairs loggia or the area you would want to flow around. Is that also being worked on?
Could you repeat your question?
The elevator there at the southwest corner,
Okay.
I think Commissioner Mario was referring to it. Is that also being worked on?
Yes.
Right. And,
yeah, both of the elevators.
And when, I think one of the striking features is it does face south, and yet you don't seem to have activated the edge all the way along, and yet it's one of the few buildings in the city that has the potential for that to be the case. That obviously was a deliberate design decision too. Is that also being worked on, because you have a very blank area towards the alley?
Yes, we're revising that. We actually want to bring that language, the materiality, all around. So that's going to change. There's
a great deal of glass in this building, which is the first time in a Felonis building we've seen that. you say to take advantage of the solar orientation, but won't that also require mechanical air conditioning? And large amounts of it. I mean, a lot of glass develops a lot of heat, and so there is no respite from that. So how do you intend to tackle that?
Well, that's how we are trying to incorporate the facade system with these angled panels. We are incorporating a lot of perforated metal panels as well to allow for light and also for heat.
Right, and you say that the schematics on the roof are just that, so that's not the final renewable energy quota. So after you've gone to ARB and you've done some preliminary thinking, we would see naturally a large extension of that renewable energy quota on the roof. Is that the thinking?
Yes. Yeah, we're
and there are apartments in the middle of the design, so that you've got round the outside apartments, but you've got these apartments, they have outside windows, but the outside window looks onto a corridor on 3 sides. I am right about that, aren't I?
Yes.
How much sun do they get?
They do get sun. We have done the sun studies. I will have to go back in them and.
But are we talking a half an hour a day, or an hour a day, or 2 hours, or 12 minutes?
I don't recall.
Because that's quite important for someone who is living there. The ability to have some sun in their life is quite important. How much of this building, after visiting the ARB, in your mind is being revised in terms of the design?
About maybe 70% of it.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we're on schematic design.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Parry.
My question was, are there other areas that you have identified for change from the ARB discussion, or from any discussions that are in the works?
Yes, the east facade. We're also paying a lot of attention to it at the moment as well. The one facing the alley.
And that is, okay. Anything else that has been identified as, and I think you mentioned that you're giving attention to that, to the 6th Street facade, particularly the stairwell. Do you have some ideas on where you're going with that?
Not at the moment. We have a team working on it on different iterations, and we'll have a clear idea once Michael gets back. Yeah.
Okay. And the configuration of the corridors, is that's about maximizing light and air. Just in the past, in a building like this, we would see like I'll call it a corridor that is perpendicular to the street. And here we're looking at something that's more diagonal and has some movement to it. What is that, to capture more light and air?
They respond to the sun studies. So we try to angle the facades to maximize the sunlight coming through the windows.
So
that's why you have the angles.
So the way that the corridors are configured, would you say that the part of the driving force of that is achieving the energy efficiency of the structure?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Last question on the design is you've got gaps on 6th Street and also on the side that faces the library. Do you have any sense of how much air will flow through that? I mean, is it a normal apartment building doesn't have air flowing through it, but you appear to have left a substantial amount of air to flow in and through and around it. So what will be the outcome for the apartment residents? Air. I know you're mocking me. It's all right. I'm very broad-minded and zen about it at the moment. Just remember.
Yeah, more ventilation. Yeah, more airflow.
Is it substantially more? I know it's a single loaded, but are we talking about doing away with air conditioning, or is it they'll need it on 20 days of the year? Or I'm trying to get to understand what impact this will have.
I don't have a precise answer at the moment for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Rand back. He obviously would
I
like
just
to.
wanted to add to Commissioner Perry's question with respect to the ARB and what are we thinking post ARB. What it's worth, a lot of very helpful feedback tonight that we're obviously going to internalize and act on. The ARB did really like this building. They had some questions about the 6th Street facade, but overall gave it very high marks from a design standpoint. So I thought I would add that.
Oh, how helpful. Thank you. I think you're trying to tell us we shouldn't have asked all those questions. That's all right. But Commissioner Newbold has something to say, so.
Well, I guess, I mean, there were all these questions about the design, but the way I see this is a schematic, and you didn't spend it. I mean, you spent a lot of money, but it's kind of here.
If we brought it to you perfect, wouldn't you be offended by that at the float-up stage?
They're working on it.
The idea is to draw out that great input and then incorporate it.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Hereafter.
You're looking for input from us on how to improve or what's working, what's not working. But it seemed like there were very specific questions, and I felt like this is just a work in progress.
It's a different building, and so we're trying to understand how it's going to
work.
Right,
no, that makes sense. But like that elevator shaft, I can't believe that Michael Falonis is seriously thinking that anyone is going to accept that. But I think he probably didn't want to spend tons and tons of money reworking it until they got feedback. That's all I'm saying. So now I have a question for you.
Yes.
To go back to the 7-Eleven Colorado property.
Right.
You said something that I wanted to make sure I heard properly. You said that the 0 and 1 bedrooms, something about the 0 and 1 bedrooms were senior housing, but there are 2 bedrooms. Are those also contemplated to be senior?
Yes, the whole project would be senior. The reason I said that is because the specific requirement in the deed restriction is that the 0 and 1 bedrooms be senior. But if we're going to do that, we're going to make the whole project senior. And to be honest, I don't want to get ahead of my skis on this issue. I haven't looked at it, but there are there's something called the Unroofed Fair Housing Act that governs what you can do with respect to senior housing buildings, and it creates complications when you do hybrid senior, restricted, non-senior buildings. Much easier to do 100% senior buildings. Commissioner Anderson's actually brought that up in previous contexts. So that could be an issue here too, to bifurcate and only do the 0 and 1s.
I don't have an issue with that. I just didn't understand the comments.
Sorry.
So I wanted to make sure.
Oversharing. Sorry.
And is your client anticipating bringing in a nonprofit that does senior housing?
No, this would be owned and operated by NMS, incidentally, which is the largest owner and operator of deed-restricted affordable housing units in the city of Santa Monica. So they have a vast experience doing these sorts of buildings, and they would maintain this one as well.
And are they contemplating any kind of service for seniors, or is it just simply housing?
We haven't gone there at this point in time. I mean, it is obviously very rough. We're seeing what you think of the concept.
Got it. And if we like the concept, are you contemplating if it were to come back to us that you would you'd be working on them at the same time, the senior project?
Thank you. Thank you. I forgot a big point, and that Mr. Scaris touched on it, but very important point. Yes, we'd be working on it at the same time, and we'd give the city major security that these units would be realized. And the way we would do it is we would encumber each of the development agreement projects with a condition that says we can't obtain a C of O for 6th Street and 1430 Lincoln until a C of O is obtained for 7-Eleven Colorado. So those units have to be constructed, operating, occupied before the DAs obtain a certificate of occupancy.
But we as a planning commission wouldn't get a look at that building because it's under the 40 units.
You would not get a look at the building. The ARB would. It would be done by administrative approval, but the design would go to the ARB.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Parry? Questions? Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? And
Just the 7-Eleven site, how far from the freeway is it?
I don't know exactly. It is right behind Denny's. It's right behind the Denny's site at Lincoln in Colorado. It's a single lot, like immediately behind it. So what is that? I don't know, maybe 1,000 feet? Ballpark?
Okay.
Yeah. I don't have the exact measurements.
Commissioner Kennedy.
I talked with Ariel today to try to get some of my questions answered, and then brought them up here at the meeting. But the one that I asked him earlier about the 100% of AMI, it's my understanding that the deed restriction says up to 100%, but you articulated it differently in your presentation. Is up to 100% what you understand it to be as well?
I didn't mean to speak to it differently. Yes.
Thank you. Just wanted
Yes.
clarification.
Yes. It's 100% being the
max,
the max.
the cap. Okay, got
Correct.
it. Thank you for clarifying.
How did the word senior get into the deed restriction? Who imposed that?
So that was, I believe, part of the discussions that occurred when my client bought the property, subject to the modified deed restriction. And the reason for doing that is because, as you all know, it's very tough to park a single lot. And so the parking can work on a 100% affordable senior project. On a single lot, self-contained, it really can't for a standard conventional residential building.
With the number of units you propose, how much parking would be on the lot, if any?
I don't have the exact parking numbers. It would depend on the number. Remember, the number of units are not finalized yet because we're talking about the 17 ones and twos, the 25% increase above on-site, plus the 11 as a minimum. We would reserve the right to do more if we can fit them in. We're giving you the 28 number as a minimum number to be very conservative because we're very confident we can fit those in the envelope of a Tier 2 project at 711 Colorado. But that would be a minimum. So the hope would be able to actually do more than that, fit more units in. Obviously, that would change the parking calculation, so I can't give you an exact number right now.
No, ballpark it. Is it 14? So if you've got 28 units, is it 14 spots you need, or 7, or roughly equivalent?
It's the code requirement. I think it's like half a space a unit for affordable senior.
I see.
You know, so
okay, so it's governed by that.
Maybe right. Maybe 14. That could be fairly spot on.
Have you hired an architect for 711 yet?
We have not. Again, this is the first time we're rolling this thing out. So if the concept gains momentum, actually I shouldn't say that. We rolled it out to the DTSM board and they strongly endorsed it. They thought it was a terrific idea, but it's the first time we're sharing it with you. So before we spend a lot of money on architecture and design, we thought we would have this discussion
but
first.
The two projects are well advanced. I mean, 6th Street and Lincoln are well advanced, so you must have done some preliminary thinking about this.
We did some site, studies to determine whether to determine the minimum number of units we could fit in the envelope. And we're coming to you with the 28 number as the commitment to the minimum. We know we can fit those in. That's all we've done. We haven't looked at the design of the building. We haven't looked, who it's going to look at. The architect that did the schematic stuff may not necessarily be the design architect.
And it's 4 stories, 5 stories at this stage on that block.
I'm guessing 4 stories.
So the reason I'm focusing on that is that there is a history in this city of the affordable bit not being built.
Sure.
And not being built to the standard that you would want. And
correct.
During your dissertation, you told us it would be built to the same standard and the same quality as the other projects.
I stand by that.
And of course, because we will hold you to that. But right at this stage, right at the early part, we have to do that because if they're not going to be on site, there's a discontinuity between what you're building on one place and on the other, and there's also a discontinuity between what's promised and what happens. Now, as it happens, I believe that you will build them, and you'll have to build them.
No, that's a fair point. One thing I would add on that, while we can't show you 711 Colorado, this same applicant client is building a 100% senior project at 1437 5th Street. The architect, 100% deed restricted. It's part of another settlement agreement, another broken JSN thing of yesteryear. Michael Falonis is the architect. It's an incredibly expensive concrete building. It's no expense is going to be spared. It's going to be shown to the ARBs fairly soon, and I think people will be very pleased with the caliber of design and quality of that building. The idea is to do the exact same thing here.
Okay, cool. Commissioner Fresco.
I asked our staff about what an SRO unit is, and he gave us a general definition. What's your client calling an SRO?
Thank you for that follow-up. So the SRO is a bit of a loaded and pejorative term.
It's a bad term.
It's a bad term. I agree with you. The reason it's been used in this context is basically about square footage flexibility. Every one of these 11 minimum units or more that we're speaking to at 100% AMI would have a bathroom and have a kitchen. Okay, so we're not talking about the hostel concept for these units. But we're not calling them official studios because, as you know, studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms are held to a minimum square footage standard under the AHPP. Now, the 17 units that were tied to the market rate DAs here, 25% increase above what would be provided on site, those would all comply with the AHPP minimum unit standards. These 11 minimum or maybe more units would not. So they could range in size from 375 to 450 square feet. They may be smaller. And so that's why the term SRO was used. If you use the studio term in the affordable housing unit context, you are then suggesting that they would comply with the HPP minimum unit size. These particular units would not. The idea is to make this development actually work from a financial standpoint, get as many of those units into the building, and also offer more deed-restricted units, which we believe is good for the city. So that's the idea. And unfortunately, they were labeled SROs.
Beautiful.
Commissioner Parry and then Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I want to directly ask, why isn't that other site included as part of the development agreement, the Colorado site?
Well, I don't know why it's not included as part of the, I guess in a way it is. In a way, we can't build or occupy the 2 DAs until that building is built and occupied. So it absolutely is connected. There's not a design in front of you because it's not subject to your purview because it would qualify for an administrative approval under the city's rules. So it's not a very satisfying answer, but I guess the security that you have is how many units and what type of units would ultimately get built, and then you would trust the ARB to make sure that the design was of the caliber that the city would deserve and expect. And I think the way the staff would present it to the ARB would be just that. There would be no getting away with doing a schlock building here, given that they were the off-site affordable units tied to a market rate DA. So, that's just how we decided to do it at this point.
Right, and you mentioned how the units that would be satisfying the affordable housing requirement for those other sites, that those would be meeting the square footage requirements within AHPP. And those square footage requirements are pretty big.
They are.
They are more than, at least what I would consider to be necessary in order to provide a very decent, spacious residence for a household. And, I'm contemplating whether some more flexibility in how that is addressed at that site could potentially yield more units or other benefits. And so I'm asking the question, are there benefits to including that actual site in these DA discussions?
Well, there would be a benefit to saying as part of these development agreements that those units that are required to be off-site connected to these market rate DAs don't need to comply with the AHP minimum unit size requirements. If that was your decision, that would absolutely provide the developer the ability to include more units, build more units in that off-site location. You're absolutely right. We thought this proposal was sort of somewhat of a compromise. We're satisfying all the code requirements plus for the majority of the units, and then you have this secondary component, call it icing on the cake, that gets you more units. They're smaller and they're deed restricted at a higher AMI level, but they're additive. But if it's the Commission's pleasure to mix it up, provide more flexibility such that there can be more units, we would welcome that.
So you're saying that through these development agreements, the standards on that site could be affected.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it could be approached that way, or just include the entire site's consideration instead of as an administrative approval as part of these DA discussions.
Yeah.
With the applicant's approval.
Yeah, the issue with the latter is that there are timing considerations for these projects. These projects are, as has not been lost on the Commission, moving rather rapidly, given there are related to satisfying easement obligations for the fire station property. And so to stop now, design a whole nother project, bring it back into the fold, and have that approved part and parcel with these two development agreements, I think would complicate the timing. I think the better approach is to, again, if it's Commission's desire, specify in the DA the minimum number of units, but also specify that the HP size requirements don't need to be adhered to such that more units could be achieved, and then let the ARB ferret out the design of the building.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So kind of a follow-up to that. So you would rather, or based on what you were just saying, so then it could potentially be the case, depending on which way the negotiations in this works out, is you would be interested in using just the zoning codes standards for SROs, so you would want to pack them in at 150 square feet. Is that correct?
No, I think the minimum, the maximum unit size for an SRO is 375 feet, the maximum.
Right.
There may be a minimum, but we're not going to do that. You can't do an actual functional bedroom with a kitchen and a bathroom, which all of these would have at 150 square feet. That you really are talking about the sort of tenement housing concept. So, again, it's a terminology thing. We're talking about smaller, think of them, better term, smaller studio units.
So that would just be my main caveat, is saying that the HPP size requirements don't apply, then we could run into some kind of...
And we don't want to do that. We don't,
yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay, well...
no, trust me, we don't want to build those units. We don't want 150 square foot non-bathroom, non-kitchen units. Trust me, that's not the idea.
Okay. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yeah, I think it's instructive if you look at your project summary sheet, and it kind of tells you exactly what's going on. When you look at that chart that says program information, it tells you a one bedroom in this plan that we are seeing is 408 square feet, but the affordable one bedroom is 600 square feet. That's a big difference. That's, 50% more, and you keep working your way up. These are very small units in this project, so I would be inclined that we hold the line on the affordable units at least, because these are, you're going to need a shoehorn to get into these units.
So I hear you on that. The only thing I would observe is that one of the issues with genuine seniors, as people age, the amount of space they actually live in tends to diminish from personal observation, and that one of the gaps that we seem to have in our city is genuinely livable spaces for seniors that are really affordable in the downtown, so that they can actually go to a supermarket that's pretty close and all that sort of stuff. And so Commissioner Parry's widened the discussion, and I think it's a reasonable thing to entertain somewhat more compact units that are specifically aimed at older people who may require smaller space, but there are other things that go along with it, which is, you were asked about social services in the building, which I think in a senior building depends the age of the seniors, but a prerequisite in some ways. And, well, it depends how many units you've got and the age of the people and the level of affordability. So if you've got 100% of AMI, that's what, $78,000 of income, I think, at the moment, isn't it? So that's, if you shrink the size, you're doing a market rate for a senior, and you're just deed restricting it to whatever it is, 62, 64 or something like that. But the issue of providing a senior building, or a building for seniors only, that has more compact space, has some attraction if the other things that surround it in terms of service and accessibility are there. But we can't tell that because we're just floating at the moment. So that certainly, I think, for the planning department would be something I think would be an interesting exploration, because that's a gap that we've had in this market.
May I respond, Commissioner?
Please, of course.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, both comments. And you are right, Commissioner. The market rate units are on the smaller size. One of the additional advantages of off-siting the affordable units, right, is that you have those bigger square footage units to blend, creating larger units in the market rate units. So those numbers would change in the direction of increasing the size. With respect to services, this would be a senior independent living building. It would not be an assisted living facility, would not be a licensed facility, would not be, while I'm not ruling out the notion of any sort of care, there wouldn't be any intense on-site services that would be provided as part of the building. At least that's not what was envisioned.
And I understand that, but if you have a community court building, they try and inject a level of community service or support, given the affordability issues. I mean, very low income seniors who are at 30% of AMI may have a multiplicity of needs. I would like to introduce that as part of the discussion about this, given that it's going to be a seniors only building. Commissioner Parry, you had your light on there a minute ago. Commissioner Kennedy.
The zoning code says that an SRO structure with 10 or more units shall provide full-time on-site management. Does that mean support services for the senior tenants, or what does the management part mean? Is that just...
It's just an on-site manager, not particular to services.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Rand? Thank you, Mr. Rand.
Thank you.
Commissioners, since it's a float up, we might elicit your thoughts, and I'll start at this end.
Do we have public comment?
Oh, we do. My apologies, Mr. Hoyer. I would never forget you, Mr. Hoyer, although I just did.
Put the south elevation back up, please, before I start.
Yeah. Mr. Sakaris, can you do that? Thank you.
Most definitely. That's not really the one I wanted. They had the full-on frontal of the south elevation. It was the front of the south.
There is another...
There was a specific front south elevation one.
Yes, that one.
That one, yes. Perfect.
Welcome, Mr. Hoyer.
Great, thank you. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. My first comments are going to be directed at staff. When I see 64% one-bedroom apartments, my blood starts to boil. So I think they're just trying to get at me. I think they need to double-check their math, both in the presentation here and on the webpage. That was a fallacy. It was supposed to be 50%. So. Secondly, they need to enforce something about the community meetings. I think that I've not received anything about the community meetings for any of these projects, nor any community float-up meetings for any project ever since I've been president of Mid-City Neighbors. So I don't know why that's not happening. I thought that was the plan. Third, I've looked at the staff report, and the last page says it's attachment B, and that's where the drawings, et cetera, are going to be, and they're not there. So it really makes it hard for me to really review the project in its entirety and have a good overview. So, but I think you guys obviously have seen it, and you've made some very good comments. This is a rare instance in which there are more things I like about these projects than I don't like. So, of course, the height's a little high for me, but I could deal with it in this location based on the surrounding territory and buildings. And the same for the Lincoln Boulevard project. At least it's on the west side. I would prefer that everything on the east side of Lincoln be 3 stories or less. So I'm not going to say too much about that. My big problem is the size of the market rate 1 bedrooms at 399 square feet. That is not a lot of space at all for a 1 bedroom. Third, you know, at least the Lincoln project, they are having a much better ratio. There's 36% 2 and 3 bedrooms in that project, as opposed to a mere 25% as in this one. I'd like to see some of these ratios flipped. I long for the day that somebody brings us a project with at least 50% 2 or 3 bedroom apartments, and maybe we can start to think about, instead of giving this city fund money as a community benefit and that city fund money as a community benefit, how about something that will really benefit the community for the next 55 years or however long you deed restrict it, and you give us some more 2 and 3 bedroom apartments instead. So maybe that's a place we can explore what's truly a community benefit, not just some money that goes into a fund somewhere and gets parceled out some way or another and pays for overpriced salaries. So I think that's pretty much all I'm going to say, except for
In this elevation, I'm glad Mario pointed this out, but that looks like parking for that building, not the library, doesn't it? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hoyer. Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask staff, the speaker referenced attachment B, which I believe is the set of plans for the project. I assume that there's a copy of the plans available for the public to review.
Yes, there is. I'm assuming the speaker was referring to the online version of the staff report, which typically we don't have the plans available there. But yes, there are a set of project plans available tonight as well as at the planning division.
And is there, I mean, is there some reference to that when people are looking online and they're looking for that attachment, that they can access those through, you know, the planning department?
It's in the public notice. I don't think it's explicitly stated online, so that is something that we could look into.
Okay, thank you. And the noticing for community meetings for DAs, can you remind us what how we approach that?
We follow the community meeting guidelines that have been established, and for the public notice, it's the same as a public hearing, 1,000-foot radius, and typically all neighborhood groups are included in that mailing as well.
Okay, great. I wanted to get those questions in now, but I know that the applicant has their opportunity to speak.
Would the applicant like to respond to the public comment? You don't have to, of course.
Oh, yes. He did say like more than he didn't, so we'll take that.
I think you understand where Mr. Hoyer is going on some of his comments. Commissioner Parry, please start.
Okay, thank you. So, questions for staff. The draft DCP calls for looking at enhanced fees and affordable housing requirements in the downtown area. Theoretically, those could apply to sites like this at some point in the future, depending on what the study shows and what council decides. What is the timing for that study and council's consideration of it, and how does that fit with the expected timeline for this project?
So I think you're referring to the feasibility analysis we're doing for community benefits. So that work is just starting. We have contracted with an economist to relook actually at Tier 2 in downtown, specific to the downtown geography and types of projects. So, as you know, in the zoning code, there's a 14% bump for fees. We're actually testing, could that be higher? And could the affordability levels, the percentage increase, be higher? So we're doing that for Tier 2 and Tier 3 downtown. We expect to have a draft of that probably in about 6 weeks or so. And, we'll have to evaluate whether, once that's done, we'll have to review it, and then we will make it publicly available before the DCP is adopted. So we expect that probably, I would say, June or July, we will have results from that feasibility analysis. But it would not have been formally adopted, of course, until the DCP is actually adopted.
I see. It would be part of DCP. But that study, we'd have staff and the commission would have opportunity to incorporate it into negotiations for this DA.
Of course, the results of that analysis would be informative to development agreements that are being processed at the time, because it would give us some additional information about feasibility of projects in downtown.
Okay, and my understanding is that publicly funded affordable housing projects must comply with universal design standards for accessibility. Do those same requirements apply in the case where there's, where it's a privately owned affordable unit?
Yeah, we've actually looked into this issue, and it's one actually of nomenclature and confusion, I think, about the language. But in terms of universal, like kind of ADA accessibility and universal design of units within buildings, is that kind of what you're talking
about?
Beyond
ADA accessibility.
Yeah,
right.
but sort of
yes.
The other part of that, that's actually required of residential buildings in general, regardless whether they're publicly funded or privately funded. And we clarified that with the building division because we were figuring it out with the other 3 housing projects that had come forward in terms of how to address that issue, but it is required of all new residential buildings.
Okay, great. And we've had a number of projects come through, and it really seems like the applicants are gravitating toward this 30% AMI option, where they're working from the 5% requirement. They provide fewer affordable units, but at greater depth of affordability. As we're going along, and not a lot has been built, but there have been a significant number of units approved. Are we going through and are we evaluating at what point within our development agreement should we be encouraging a different level of affordability in order to get a broad spectrum of housing options and to meet our affordable housing objectives within the housing element as best we can?
Yeah, I think actually in looking at, as we've brought housing projects forward to council that are DAs, we do include that analysis of units that have been approved since the LUCE was adopted to understand how they meet our housing element quantified objectives and sort of the different affordability levels. Of the housing projects that have been approved, most of them are actually not at the 30% level. It's actually been at 50 and 80%. We do have actually a shortage, interestingly, at the moderate income level and at the 30% level. So really at the extreme ends of the spectrum. We're doing pretty good actually in the 50 and 80%. Obviously, the preference is for deeper levels of affordability at 30, 50, and 80, and our zoning court ordinance reflects that. When we do get proposals for 30% AMI, we do work closely with not only our housing division, but also human services in terms of understanding the population, that might be in these units and the types of services that might be available. So certainly your discussion and the exploration of who will be occupying these units, particularly if they're seniors at that 30% level, you may be looking, for example, at disabled veterans and what have you that are at the top of our waiting list. There are different service needs for that population versus potentially other populations. So that's certainly something that we would explore in this DA. I think thus far, the only project that is proposing 30% right now is one that's coming forward, the development review permit for 1626 Lincoln, which is the CCSM tax credit project. That's kind of the only one, and other than this proposal that is sort of currently pending. But it's a good question that is being raised about 30% AMI units and how we sort of deal with that as there's a greater interest, of course, in providing those units.
And I might have been thinking about a certain project in the Bergamot area that was doing a 30% approach
and no
there.
More,
but
yeah.
that's not. Okay, and then the similar question, and I just want to note that my memory is that the housing division, when City Council was considering the kind of the state of affordable housing and our objectives at the time that the city was considering the housing element, that there is really a profound need the housing division found for housing at this level, at the 30% AMI, that when the list opens up for affordable housing, that it is just overwhelmed within this category. But similarly, ownership options downtown. Here we're looking at a scenario where the affordable housing may be located off-site, and I'm wondering, is that a particularly good opportunity to look for ownership units on-site? It's discussed in the draft DCP. Is that something that staff has considered? Have there been a point of discussion to date with the applicant?
It's not an issue that we've discussed directly with the applicant. It's at this point what staff has presented and preliminarily reviewed is the proposal that the applicant has put forward. But no, that specific discussion has not been had with the applicant.
And are there other concepts out there at this point for adding ownership units to the downtown area?
No, nothing specific.
Not particularly. And I think it's something we want to encourage, but in terms of requiring it, no, not at this point. And it would be something that it's, in terms of incentivizing, I would say that historically the city has been more supportive of rental housing rather than ownership housing in general, citywide. There might be a different view of that downtown, but we would have to kind of explore that policy direction as part of the outreach effort on the DCP.
All right. And among the community benefits put forward in the staff presentation, I saw that there was LEED certification was one idea, and within that there's water savings. But I didn't see anything where it was specifically called out water conservation within this project in front of us tonight. And in recent DAs in the downtown area, when the draft DA has come to us, there have been like what kind of starting to appear like some standard language, somewhat standard on technologies to conserve water. Is that envisioned as part of this, or is there a reason to depart from what we've done recently?
No, it's definitely intended to be included as part of both of these projects, and in fact, it has to be incorporated in both these projects to even qualify for the CEQA exemption for transit priority projects, if in fact that's what the environmental determination is. But that's what staff and the applicant are envisioning at this point.
Mm-hmm. And then with this side, are there any particular opportunities regarding the Smurf line and expanding that, or even just utilizing that in some way?
It's a little far. The Smurf line runs up Colorado right now, so it would be quite an extension to make it over here. We're negotiating for those kinds of contributions to allow the extension of the line more, beyond Colorado. It's certainly something we can talk about in the context of this project, but this is almost, on the other side of downtown from where the actual main is
Although
located.
the 500 Broadway project did have a contribution to take the Smurf line across Broadway, so...
It did, yes. Yes, all the way to Santa Monica Boulevard, yeah.
That's not too far away.
Yeah.
Okay, those are my questions.
Well,
Thank you.
Commissioner Parry, while you've got the floor, why don't you make some comments about the project, and we'll then work our way along the table with commissioners giving final thoughts. When you're ready.
If you could circle back to me, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Newbold.
So I am getting comfortable with the off-site. I think that's definitely something worth exploring. And I also actually think the location on Colorado is better for it's a great location for affordable housing. There's grocery stores right there, and it's closer, I believe, to the light rail. I do have some concerns, and I would need to be comfortable that the units would be comparable in size and all of that jazz. And the fact that we don't get to see it does concern me. I don't feel totally comfortable relying on the ARB, so I think there needs to be some thought about that. And I also think that services do need to be thought about. If you're a client, if you're already doing it, you probably have thought about this. If they're building senior housing, you said, somewhere in downtown Santa Monica. But I think when you have those very low income tenants, you have issues, and they need to be thought about ahead of time. What else? The design. My first reaction is that, although generally I don't have a problem with the height, it does appear, the mass appears too big for me. Although from this elevation, it works better. I think this potential along the library could be a really interesting way of actually activating the library space, even though there's parking, but that space in the library doesn't get used all the time, and I feel like life along that edge and 6th Street could be really interesting, but I don't think you've hit it yet. I don't like all that concrete. I don't like the concrete on Arizona with the elevator that we've talked about. I think that needs to be really looked at. I almost think there's too much glazing. There's something about it, maybe not from this elevation, but the other side that looks almost like an office building. And I think that needs to be thought about. Those pointy walkways on the north, I think that ARB talked about, are a concern. I just don't like the way that looks. What else do I have? I'm going to stop, but I might come back if I think of something else.
Commissioner Kennedy.
So just very generally, I think this is a really cool place to have a few floors of housing, and especially some ground floor commercial retail. And I think I really like the way it looks like there's a sufficient, adequate, good level of retail space available at the ground floor to really just kind of activate that block, and also tie in with the library, tie in with what's happening on the corner, and even tie in with what's happening behind the site over at the over on 7th. So all of that action and vibrancy is kind of really exciting. Overall, generally, I like the look of the building, but and I like its modernness. I like the glass. I even like the yellow stuff. I think it's exciting. I love the way the corridors inside are at an angle and take advantage of the light in the air. But overall, just in a general way, I kind of feel like this building is trying to pack too much into the space. I mean, I can't put it any other way. You know, I just feel like they're really packing a lot into the space that they have available. So can you take parts out of it, take a little bit out of it, maybe reduce it a floor, maybe bring in some of those cantilevers and kind of bring it more in line with like a human scaled, you know, corner there on 6th Street. The 18-foot ceiling is a little tall for my personal preference, but I know it works for people, and I like to see that kind of stuff varied within projects. But anyway, I think that the way the ground floor open space is kind of positioned, I think is really kind of neat. So even though I'm not a big fan of those upper floors cantilevering over the corner and everything, I think having some space there works in this location. So in other words, having the ground floor set back a little bit. Regarding the on-site versus off-site, so far the off-site portion sounds really interesting to me, and I know this is part of a much bigger negotiation. There's so much going on, but I still wish that the staff would explore increased quantities of affordable housing on-site and see, you know, keep talking about this with the applicant to see really what else can be done. I don't think we should definitely draw the line immediately and say, you know, on-site, you know, affordable on-site is completely out of the question. So for me, I would like to just see more exploration there. I would like to see, and I actually had the same kind of concerns about the amount of 30% units, and I'm glad that staff's done some research to see that there is a need for those, you know, at the different ends of the spectrum, either at 80 or at 30, but I'm always wary when there's the possibility to have more quantities of units at different affordability levels, so I would like to see that explored a little bit more. I share the same concern that Commissioner Fondelman already brought up earlier about making sure that as this project moves forward, there is no, you know, bike parking in the public right-of-way. I've seen in the past couple of weeks in a few other projects the concept of, bicycle parking creeping out into the parkway right along the curb and some other things. And I think we need to rein that in a little bit. And especially here, I kind of feel like it needs to, just keep it in the appropriate place on the project site and leave more open space for people to circulate around and pass through and pass by the site in the future. And this is I got two big things that I just saved for last. I would want to make sure as this contract finalizes going down the line and throughout all of its various steps that the applicant can never would be prohibited from ever putting up a pony wall and changing the affordability of these units, putting up a pony wall and just saying, I had 65 units and now I've got 108 or whatever it is, just something to that effect, because we saw that happen in the past and it kind of whipped by everybody really fast. And I feel like the applicant has had the opportunity to take advantage of some things that maybe weren't quite settled in the past, and we have to make sure that doesn't happen again. So for me, I would never support a project where that had the potential to happen. So there's a way of closing that down. And then working in the community, listening to renters talk about their living experiences, either in the buildings with maintenance, their landlords, whatever it is. I've heard from people living in MS buildings that the walls are really thin and the construction's horrible and their living experiences aren't very good. So when the applicant's attorney was saying, we're going to do this exactly the way we've done it before, well, I hope you don't. I hope that you do it better. So, and I think that I can direct you to some people who have heard of these things and might be able to give you some more specific, rather than just anecdotal, but real, instances of problems. I'll try to see what I can come up with, but for the most part, I just want to say that because I've heard of those things happening, the construction on these, so when I see this project trying to pack it in, I'm thinking thin walls, I'm thinking, thin ceilings and all that kind of stuff, and who cares if the market rate unit is 350 square feet for a one bedroom or whatever, we're going to charge whatever, it's like at some point the quality has to be commensurate to what, these people are going to be paying for these units. And anyway, it's just a wellness thing for renters in, here in downtown and everywhere. These got to be quality units. So, and as far as community benefits go, for me, the biggest thing is, additional affordable units. And I think a big community benefit for this project would be to make sure that those ground floor commercial spaces don't just become one big space where there's going to be some highfalutin restaurant in there, but just some maybe 2 or 3. We can say as a community benefit, you've got to build 2 different spaces or 3 different spaces and come to an agreement on that so that there are options. It's more vibrant. There's different not uses, but different types of retail in that space to really activate everything and accommodate all the people that are going to be living in this area.
Thank you,
Those
Commissioner.
are my comments. Thanks for listening.
Commissioner.
I guess I'll just sort of go over the rundown, and then I have kind of an idea I wanted to discuss with you guys and see what you think. In terms of the design of the building, what I was saying before, it looks really unbalanced to me, like the big heavy concrete elements are pulling it to one side and it's kind of floating up. Like I said, it doesn't feel like it has a plumb line. That said, I really like the plaid detailing and, where all the lines intersect and concentrate, and the glass and all of that stuff, go for it. I don't have the aversion that the others have to the points. I actually love little quirky things like that on buildings. I think those are the best parts. Maybe because that's the only place a thing like that occurs on this building, that it feels otherwise very boxy, is why it's attracting so much negative attention. And maybe, thinking about, one thing we talked about in downtown was the idea of making the views of the open space more felt from the public right-of-way, and that would help reduce people's feeling of the mass of the building. So maybe working on that a little more could kind of solve a few different problems. I'm personally a little concerned about those people who live behind the center thing, who just look out on air shafts. I had an apartment like that. It was 450 square feet. I lived there for 10 years. And it was really great for those 15 minutes in June when I got direct sunlight. So, the corridor just not so sure those units are going to really be that great. I feel that there are too many one-bedrooms in these units. I always want to see more bedrooms. One of our goals is to create a community of Santa Monica residents in downtown, and so we need to give them enough space to settle in and live for a long time and add people to their group and so forth. So I prefer fewer one bedrooms and more two bedrooms for sure. I share Commissioner Kennedy's ideas about considering small commercial spaces and not just large ones, so that we have opportunities for more local retail and that's less expensive to rent. I'm very concerned about which direction this building faces, mostly because I have no idea from looking at it. I like the idea that it activates against the library or interplays with the library, but I really think that we need to focus on making the front of the building on 6th Street, that it needs to look like the street, because right now not that many people walk on 6th Street, but that's not where we are trying to be headed. We want people to be walking on all of our streets to get to all kinds of places, and we don't want them to feel like they're going down the side of this one because it's more interested in the library than the street. So I mentioned before my questions, I feel like, the experience, when you see people in bike shares, they're riding their bike, they get to the place, they just slam it into the rack and run off to where they're going. And that kind of convenience, I think, is what makes bikes really viable. So the idea of putting resident bike parking down in the parking structures so they have to schlep it up through an elevator, I think that is a big barrier and takes a lot of what's great about bikes away. So putting engineering things and electrical and get as much of that stuff as you can in the basement and bring the bikes upstairs at street level, I think that would would help us achieve our goals on that. In terms of community benefits, maybe I'm getting spoiled from all these DAs, but it seems to me that LEED Platinum is a standard and it's sort of a social responsibility more than an added community benefit at this point, and that we should always do that. A lot of these community benefits kind of feel that way. And that kind of gets me to, I'm always trying to think, well, what do we really want? What would really benefit the community? Well, we want a more stable population of Santa Monica committed residents in downtown. How can we get that? And I had this crazy idea that you're probably going to hate, but maybe we can find a way to negotiate it, which is this idea of some special form of negotiated rent stabilization for tenants who are renewing leases in these units. And, it can be some different level, but providing people with certainty, if they're living someplace and they want to renew a lease, at least they'll know where it's going to go, and they know that it's not just fair game for whatever the market can handle, and they're going to have to move. I've just seen so many things, on the Nextdoor forums and sometimes on Facebook. I'm new here, I've been here a year, and I might have to leave because my lease is coming up, but I really like it here, and does anybody have any ideas of where I can live? I see that over and over again on the forums, and it seems like this would be a real community benefit to find a way to provide that sort of security for people who are trying to invest in a place to live. And I think that is all of my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner. Think about it if you've got more. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Well, I've already made most of my comments regarding more photovoltaics, making the building slightly smaller. I am concerned about the size of the units. They're unbelievably tight. They'd be very hard to live there for a long time. And so if we could take out a few units and relax and increase the size of them, that would be fine. It would be even better. And then the other thing we've already talked about, which is trying to stay within the property lines. Like in the alley, we're going out, we have a whole balcony on 4 or 5 floors going out into the alley. That's just grabbing the public right away for personal gain. I'm uncomfortable with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Parry.
Thank you for coming back to me. Regarding the site on Colorado, I'm tempted to say that I'd really would like it to be a part of the development agreement. I understand that site is behind these other two in terms of preparing the idea, and then I would just turn to asking staff to suggest some ideas that we can put within these development agreements that give us greater confidence that we can be flexible with the unit size requirement, know that that's not going to come back against us in some way, with the objective of getting more affordable housing out of that site. I think the ownership option is something that should be explored, and really in the absence of any other ideas to inject ownership into the downtown. Speaking of trying to create a stable population in the downtown, I think that it should be explored and explored seriously. I want to really second the comments from ARB and from Commissioner Fresco on the design considerations here. I appreciate the fact that environmental considerations, quality of life, quality of the living spaces were a part of shaping the building. It's really this building is much more interesting than what you see in the renderings on the facades. And even though it may not directly address energy efficiency concerns, seeing more of that play of the shapes that result from that kind of thinking play out on the facade, I think would be has a lot of potential, and I'd encourage it. As others have said, services for the residents, if at 30% AMI, and then as we're going forward, that with this project, we should increase the percentage of affordable housing that is that's a part of the project beyond what the zoning ordinance calls for, and the fees subject to the feasibility analysis. And on top of that, that increased affordability requirement, I think we should see a handful of units within this that are affordable at 150% AMI. Really go for the middle in a project like this, not in lieu of greater affordability, but in addition to greater affordability for the real affordable housing units. And I want to second the idea that the goal here shouldn't be gold, it should be platinum.
Thank you, Commissioner Parry. Let me just offer some thoughts before we move to either accept or reject the motion. So it's in an interesting location in the city because it does face south, so it activates that, but it creates a plaza between this and the library. And it may well be that the city at some stage takes out that level of parking because you have an activated south face to the building that also leads to the building, the fire station on 7th that we approved last week. So you create a natural plaza through, and this a couple of public buildings, and also on 7th Street you've got that what used to be the Verizon building, which has now got Cassia in it. So it is unusual. It takes advantage of the three sides, but not as much as it should. That concrete bit on the right-hand side at the base kind of kills it. The incinerator around the other side kills it. The elevator kills it. You don't make enough of the shapes. I'm concerned about the apartments right in the middle of the building, that they won't get enough light, air and ventilation to make them livable, and they're surrounded on all sides by corridors, so it's really hard to open your window and have a private moment inside when people can walk by. That does need, I think, a lot more work. So for a Felonis building, it's an unusual looking building, and it's clearly not quite there yet. And yes, it does have a large looking impact on the street from the renderings that we've seen, and you need to diminish that somewhat. In terms of the environmental issues, you need to be where all the buildings are that we have seen, which is at leading edge in terms of platinum, renewables, use of water, how you use energy, etc., etc. And then when we turn to the affordable housing issues, I do think that we need to make, as part of this DA and the other DA, some link to 7-Eleven and some, it's a contract we're writing, so we could easily have some review of the number of apartments and the size of the apartments as part of the DA going forward, if not necessarily the design. That way we would have some surety that there are a certain number of apartments, they're of a certain size, they reflect what we're trying to do here this evening. And it may well be that the applicant finds when they come to design it that if they put a certain number at 200 or 220 feet and they're aiming at a certain audience of very, very low income retired seniors who just want somewhere to go because their accommodation's being taken away from them, that this works, particularly people who have limited mobility and so on. As people get older, that becomes a real issue. I'm prepared to look at it. It's one of the unexpectedly more interesting ideas that you've ever brought forward here, that we have a place where seniors can be, and in the downtown, in the right place, not far from the train station, right next to the bus terminal and adjacent to the supermarket. And it is exactly the right place. So, but you need to think about the service that might support it and what everything else that goes along with that. And so that flexibility is available to us in the context of a DA, but we also need some continuing control of that part of it, if not necessarily the design and the outcome of it. So under those conditions, I think I would support this float up moving forward, and I propose the staff recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Would you like something else to say? Please. You need to be short because we've got
It's very short. I'm right there. I just wanted to, about the affordable housing, I also really feel like it needs to be more connected to these DAs, and that there needs to be some level of service there. I think it's really important for people at 30% affordability to be sure that they can age in place with dignity too, and they have different needs and different support levels, and we have to make sure that it doesn't have to be assisted living, but just
it might be a contractual arrangement, but it's, you know, you're going to have a building of seniors and they typically don't go away. So someone who enters who's a spry 70-year-old is very quickly someone afflicted, in 76. You need to be able to manage that, and I think that's what we're concerned about. So if there are no other comments, I need a seconder to this motion. Seconded by Commissioner Newbold.
I'll second.
All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no.
Aye.
That is carried. I will take a 5-minute break and then we'll return for the last item on the agenda this evening. No, we don't have to talk about affordable housing. Welcome back. The Commission is now moving to discuss item 10B, 1430 Lincoln Boulevard, known as 15 ENT 0266. Mr. Sakaris again. Thank you, Mr. Walters. Please. And Commissioners, since we've spent a bit of time on 711, which is one half of it, I'm sure we'll just really focus in on the design issues of this one and move through it.
Thank you. Good evening again, Chair and Commissioners. I'll move through this one without discussing the items that were discussed in the previous day float-up, such as the purpose of a float-up. Some site specifics. This property is located on the west side of Lincoln Boulevard, Santa Monica and Broadway. It's in the mixed-use Boulevard zoning district. It consists of 5 contiguous parcels. They total 30,000 square feet in size. And this property is also located less than a half-mile walk from the Expo Terminus station. As you can, this shows the development on the site, developed with 4 commercial buildings. And here are some views of Lincoln. I'm sure we're all familiar with Lincoln, but they'll show you the range of development ranging from 1 stories to 5 stories. The items suggested to focus on to the Planning Commission are similar to the previous float-up, so I will also quickly pass that. This is a rendering of the building looking southwest. The proposal is 5 stories, 50 feet high, 1.94 FAR, which is within the 50-foot and 2.25 FAR standards for a Tier 2 project in the mixed-use boulevard and the draft downtown plan. I should mention also, since this site is technically within the downtown plan area, however, it is in the mixed-use boulevard, so the current zoning ordinance does apply to this site. But again, as a DA, it doesn't have to comply with the zoning ordinance. The building's a modern design, and you can see the facade's broken up into 3 elements. There's one element on the south side, another on the north, and they're connected with this box frame in the middle, which contains 7 2-story townhome units. The commercial space on the ground floor is just under 6,000 square feet in size, and it's separated by an open plaza at the ground level that could serve both as public open space opportunities for the adjacent commercial spaces, and it is also the residential lobby entrance to help activate that portion of the frontage. There are 100 residential units proposed, and they are within all 5 levels of the building, 4 levels of subterranean parking that include 292 parking spaces, and those 292 include a surplus of 155. Similarly to the previous DA, these surplus spaces are intended to accommodate the relocation of parking spaces obligated by a parking easement. However, one thing to mention that's different in this scenario, in looking at this table, this is the breakdown of the 105 spaces. There are it's a breakdown of the 155 spaces, I should say. First off, 105 of the spaces are for the relocation of the spaces from 1337 7th Street, which is the fire station site that the Planning Commission considered at its last meeting. There's also the permanent relocation of 22 of the parking spaces obligated by the parking easement currently at 1325 6th Street, the site of the previous DA float-up that was just discussed. And there are 28 temporary spaces to accommodate the same easement from 1325 6th Street while construction of 1325 6th Street would be happening, because obviously while they're constructing, the spaces won't be there. So this 1430 site would have 28 spaces on a temporary basis. Once 1325 6th Street is completed, these 28 spaces would then essentially become surplus spaces and could be considered for public use, as with other DAs in the concept of periphery parking along the downtown. The project complies with bicycle parking requirements. Again, it's considered a Tier 2 project with respect to the current zoning ordinance. It's also fully compliant with the Tier 2 standards of the zoning ordinance as well as the downtown plan. The only zoning ordinance standard that it does not comply with is the maximum number of parking spaces. As the Commission may be aware, the current ordinance establishes a cap on the maximum number of spaces that you can apply, which is 5% more than the minimum required. And in this case, with the 155 surplus, it exceeds that. This is a table showing you the unit mix, again, consistent with Tier 2 standards, community benefit requirements for unit mix, and an average bedroom factor of 1.37. Running through the floor plans, we have Lincoln Boulevard at the top, 7th Court at the bottom. Just under 6,000 square feet of commercial is divided between the two commercial spaces. There are 12 residential units broken up with three bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 1-bedroom units on the ground floor. There's the expanded 20-foot wide sidewalk consistent with the downtown plan, an entry plaza, open space, as well as the lobby area shown here in, I guess that's sort of a purple, and bike facilities with showers and lockers on the ground floor as well. Vehicular access is off 7th Court at the rear. Moving on to the second floor, there are residential units towards the rear of the building, totaling 15 units. There's also some courtyard space as well as internal open areas looking down below. And there's a rec room also located on the second floor. The third floor, you can see the 2-story townhomes which make up the box frame along the front. In total, there are 29 units on the third floor, and another internal courtyard area as well as some open to below spaces which are slightly shaded in blue here. 4th floor plan, you have the second floor of the townhome units, total of 21 units and more internal openness in the floor plan. Along the 5th floor, there are 23 units and the same sort of internal openness within the floor plan here. On the roof, there's approximately 2,000 square feet of area devoted to solar panels, shown in yellow, as well as the other typical rooftop equipment associated with the building like this. This is a view of the project looking northwest. There's the same sort of affordability situation that we discussed in the previous float up, so I'll just move on to the comparability with offsite and onsite. Again, this is using the assumption that we would allocate 4 of those 11 additional units to the 1325 site, and 7 of those SRO units would be dedicated here, so you get a total of 18 units offsite as opposed to the 8 that would be provided on-site in compliance with the Tier 2 standards. This is the similar also average bedroom factor comparison. You see there's a 1.38 for the affordable units, and the market rate units in both the offsite and on-site scenario would be 1.37. Same discussion with potential community benefits. Don't need to go further into that. The ARB concept review. They recognized the significance of the project and its change to Lincoln Boulevard. It went to the ARB on April 4th, the same night as the previous float up. They expressed concern of the massing of the 3 design elements along the building frontage, and in particular the 2 side elements weren't necessarily compatible in their minds. They appreciated the integration of the commercial and residential entrances along the ground floor entry plaza. They were concerned about how that ground floor circulation to the units would be secured from the public, being on Lincoln Boulevard, and in the late hours, it would need to be secured somehow. Also, there was concern, which was also expressed by staff in the preliminary designs, were related to the rear ground floor residential units and their lack in light and air accessibility. I meant to have a floor plan come up right there, but essentially it's similar concerns that you expressed in the previous float up, just with the fact that you have a multi-story building, and with these units being at the ground floor, you will see here on the ground floor plan, there are issues related to potential light and air accessibility on both sides, as well as potential safety and visibility issues, just in terms of someone entering units back here, it could potentially create a cavernous space. As I scroll back to the ARB slide, of significance, they were looking at providing some asymmetry to the secondary elevations, similar to the front elevation, and the roof vine canopy. There was some concern about this. This vine element is essentially a metal structure that stems down to the ground level. So it'd be a metal trunk feature, which the architect can describe much better than I can. But at the top, it would be live vines, and the ARB was just concerned about the viability or the feasibility of that plant material surviving or staying alive. The same correspondence was received as the previous float up. And that concludes my presentation.
Commissioners, questions to Mr. Sakaris? Commissioner Newbold.
So this plea, the other one would even start?
Yes. Wait, which other one? The 6th Street?
Yes,
or?
I'm sorry, the 6th Street.
Yes.
Since the parking is going to have to be...
Correct.
Okay. And the 28 temporary parking, the 28 spaces that are from, I guess, 6th Street that are temporary, once those spaces can go back to 6th Street, what happens to those spaces, those 28 extra spaces?
It's funny, I was having the same thought when I was listening to that item. We've preliminarily discussed it with the developer or the applicant, and they're agreeable to a condition or a requirement in the development agreement similar to recent DAs that these spaces could be used as public parking spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have a clear understanding of what this project is asking for that puts it beyond a development review permit. And am I right that it is this question of the excess parking at the site that would be serving the easement spaces, and also that the applicant intends to maintain ownership of the off-site housing instead of it being owned by a nonprofit. Are those the two elements that put it beyond a Tier 2 DRP?
Those are the two elements that are outside of what's allowed by the zoning ordinance, but another option would have been or could be to pursue a variance for the surplus parking spaces. However, it was at the applicant agreed to the city's request to pursue this option in terms of the overall scope of the other items that need to be considered with respect to the relocation of the easement spaces, unencumbering the fire station site, and just some of the requirements that may be inherently involved that we would be able to use the DA process for, whereas in the DRP process, you would have to have that nexus to condition the project as such.
And from staff's perspective, going forward, would you be envisioning staying pretty close to the requirements within the zoning ordinance, or does just the fact that it's coming in the form of a development agreement, from your perspective, mean that it would look more like past DAs that we've considered?
It's open for discussion. We're definitely establishing a minimum baseline of compliance with the zoning ordinance with respect to height, FAR, unit mix, and a lot of the items I touched on. But it does open up for discussion the issues related to level of LEED certification or some other unique features such as, we look to the zoning ordinance for EV charging stations as well. However, this process does open up the project to some additional exactions in addition to what the zoning ordinance would require. But from staff's perspective, we're looking at the current zoning ordinance as definitely a minimum baseline in terms of informing how we move forward with the project and what we ask for.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi.
Yeah, does this, the last project, we understood that the affordable units had to be built before the C of O would be issued for the last project. Does this have the same constraints?
This we are envisioning including, well, yes, it would.
Okay. So there's going to be a rush to judgment here. We're going to have three horses in this race.
Well, one has to win.
Very good. Anybody else? So we'll ask the applicant now, thank you, Mr. Sikaris, the applicant and the applicant's architect to do a 15-minute presentation. Although, Mr. Rand,
I understand.
do
I don't
not
have to take all
feel
of it. Is
that
that
you
right,
have to take
Mr.
all
Chairman?
of it. Exactly correct.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder. Good evening, Commissioners. Dave Rand, Armbruster Goldsmith Delvac for the applicant. I will be briefer because much of the discussion on 6th Street pertains to this site as well. I will say this building, like the 6th Street building, was particularly well received by the Architectural Review Board when we floated up to them a few weeks ago, as well as Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. Both groups very much liked the design, and they liked the scale of the building, which is fairly low scale. This is Lincoln Boulevard, which is subject to lower development standards, as you very well know. And this is a Tier 2 project, which, as you heard, but for extra parking that is rather expensive to provide, and the notion of providing off-site affordable units in excess of what Tier 2 would require in a slightly different format, we are completely and entirely 100% consistent with the zoning ordinance and draft DSP standards. So I have to compliment this commission because you are extremely skilled at negotiating and getting terrific benefits out of developers for the benefit of the city. And to your great credit, I marveled at it as I've been on the receiving end of it. But I do want to make the point that this is, and as with the previous project, this is a different deal. These are not Tier 3 projects. The development exactions need to, at the end of the day, be tied to the development rights that are being granted. Yes, this is a development agreement. Yes, there is legal flexibility, but a development agreement requires the execution of two parties, the City of Santa Monica and the developer. And we will not be executing a development agreement that provides Tier 2 level community benefits on either of these projects. And I say that not to be pugnacious and difficult. I say that to set this commission's expectations when we come back to you. We will.
Mr. Rand, I think you mean Tier 3 benefits. You said Tier 2, but I'm sure you meant Tier 3.
I meant Tier 3. Well, that really takes the wind out of the whole speech, doesn't it?
I think that was
when
pretty
you
much
used the wrong number.
Yes, I know.
Worked on that all through the break and blew the number.
And there it goes. Yeah. But still, you know.
You get my point. So, having not to beat a dead horse, but why don't I now turn it over to the architect? That would be a good transition moment, would it not? Mr. John Reed of Reed Architectural Group to talk about the design.
Welcome, Mr. Reed.
Yeah. Oh, no. That's not going to work?
We can try it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Left and right.
Okay, great. Good evening, Commissioners. I'll try and be a little brief, given that. We're actually really excited about this project. It's 200 feet of frontage on Lincoln Boulevard, so we really thought there was an opportunity to really make a statement. You've already seen these images of the project site and the location. So what we wanted to do is really explore the idea of two buildings tied together with a bridge. And the idea is that we have one building on one side, another building on the other side, a big plaza in the middle, a rooftop garden in the middle, and then a sort of bridge with a frame that encloses 7 townhouse units. So on Lincoln Boulevard, there's a 3-foot grade change. Along the property, there's a 5-foot grade change. So we're actually dealing with quite a bit of topography. one of the comments from the review board is, you know, they sort of liked the idea of the two buildings, but they thought they should look more similar. We were trying to make them look more different, saying, okay, well, it's 200 feet. Maybe we should explore the possibility of one building, you know, being skinned in some sort of aluminum, the other one being skinned in some sort of, you know, plaster and concrete or something else tied together with a frame. And their idea was, well, maybe the retail should look more similar and these ends should look more similar, and they did like the frame. The idea with the landscaping at the roof is that we have these steel frames that sort of come up, an implied trunk, and then we're going to have 36 to 48-inch boxes, planters on the roof. So we envision, you know, some sort of vine, hardy vine, whether it's a bougainvillea, that will actually grow up over a metal canopy and really create, you know, a 30-foot canopy, similar to what they have at the Getty Museum, with their rebar structures. So the idea that our retail component would be different, they said maybe we should tie it together and take a look at these buildings looking a little bit more similar. But they did like the idea of the three components and the plaza in the middle. So basically what we have is our courtyards are approximately 30 feet wide. So we have a 30-foot wide courtyard here, a 15-foot wide courtyard here, our service zone in through here. We have a loading area for the commercial where you walk down a service hallway that'll serve these two commercial components. No residential units are accessed off of this service hallway. Then we have gates at the perimeter here, gates at the perimeter here, and a driveway ramp here, a passenger loading zone here, bicycles here, bicycles here, bicycles here, short-term bicycles here, bicycles here. So this area in here would be, at the ground floor, would be open space for these ground floor units. Parking, we don't need to see. Parking, you know, 3.5 levels of parking. Our commercial component is in the front, separated by the plaza. The yellow is the open space at the ground level. This project, we wanted to incorporate open space at really 4 different levels. So we don't have a courtyard that's basically 5 stories throughout. We've actually stepped our courtyards so we give people multiple different experiences with different varying light. We are open all the way here, so we will have you know, light and air traveling transversely through the property at both ends and in the middle. This is an open space diagram which shows the ground floor open space. Then at the 3rd floor, we basically have a courtyard at the 3rd floor, and then we have a courtyard at the 5th floor, and then we have a courtyard at the 2nd floor. So we have courtyards at different levels. All of our units sort of face open space. The units don't face walkways, so all the primary living space face really nice courtyards. Parking access and loading in blue. And then each level is designed so these units are accessed from the ends. So this central courtyard accesses all of these units here. These are the only units that'll be accessed from the side here. So you could walk from the lobby down here to the side, or you could walk straight. At the 2nd level, we have a 2-story commercial space. There's a small rec room. The lobby is 2 stories. And then we have a really nice courtyard on the 3rd floor. These where you enter the townhouse units. And then courtyard here, courtyard here, courtyard here, and then basically side yard here. And then because they're townhouse units, we don't need a walkway here, so this courtyard's open to the sky. We're open here, open here, open here, open here. And then on the 5th floor, this will be a garden overlooking Lincoln Boulevard, which 2 very large planters, and then the canopy will hopefully span 30 feet. Solar panels, you know, there is an opportunity to add more of them. We have 2,000 feet. We could take a look at adding some more solar panels along this wing, over in this wing as well. Front elevation, this is what the ARB was talking about. This building and this building, maybe they should look a little bit more similar. They did like the idea of the bridge. They did like the idea of the canopy. They were wondering, is it feasible for this type of canopy? And I think with a 36 or 40 inch box, we could definitely accomplish that. The plaza, when you walk in, is 2 stories. They wanted us to take a look at the side elevations and see if we could articulate them a little more. They were concerned about the color being dark. You could see from this diagram where the yellow is, the residential units, how much open space there is. So you can see courtyards, basically at different levels. And that's the presentation.
Commissioners, questions of Mr. Reid? Commissioner Fonda Bernard.
I'd like to compliment you on this project. First of all, it's only 50 feet high, and so I don't feel like we're struggling to get light down into, Carlsbad Cavern down there. It's a project that doesn't try too hard, and that's nice. It has a feeling of sort of relaxation. I like the 15-foot side yard on one side. I like the width of the openings between the units. Instead of having, like the last project had all these tiny little openings and little wedgy spaces. This is like, it's mentally very serene in some ways, which is nice. It has a nice feeling to it. So, thank you.
Others? Commissioner Kennedy.
The plaza, is that currently closed off? Or is that like open
No,
to the sidewalk?
It's going to be open. It's completely open, and the ARB wanted to know at what time of night should it be closed to add more security. So the idea would be is this is open all day long, and then at night they said maybe you should develop some sort of gate that would close or roll down or something, and it would be more of a man gate, so that at night it would provide more security since there are units on the ground floor.
Well, just I'll save more comments for later, but my initial reaction to that is kind of, I'm jarred by it. Like, I personally think it should be for the residents and for the residents that live there and the people passing by. I think it should be permanently closed off. I'm envisioning a scenario where, and I was wondering if you thought about this, there's mailboxes somewhere nearby, and a parent comes in and's got 2 toddlers, and you have the groceries and you have the mail in one hand, and you're like, you want to get rid of all your Valpak junk, but you've got toddlers. But it would be so much easier if you actually came in and it was in your own secure space.
Okay.
So right off the bat, I'm thinking in this particular location, glass or just having it closed off with security would be more appealing. But I was wondering.
Okay, I'll think about that. I looked at that as a space of community where the community would gather, like a gathering space.
Others? Any other questions? I think we're just asking questions at this stage. We'll move to a comment in a moment. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one public comment. If Mr. Hoyer is still here, I think he went home.
We talked about this one with the last one.
He did make some glancing comments about this. I'm not sure that's exactly the words he was using, but, interesting your thought patterns there. That's too good. Are there any other questions to Mr. Rand or the architect? Otherwise, we'll move to take comments. All right, who would like to lead off? Commissioner Newbold.
I agree the scale works really nicely, probably because we were talking about maybe because it's so long that it doesn't look as tall. I like the pop of color and the framing, and I like that that you're trying to create this sense of differentiation because it is so long, so that it doesn't feel like this massive, all the same kind of building. Although the further the south portion of the building, it's a little Soviet style for me. I think that needs to be worked on. The open space plaza, I like the idea that it would be a plaza with things happening, but I'm not getting what's going to happen there. So I think that's something that the applicant needs to think about. How is that going to be activated? And the ARB I pretty much back up what they have to say.
Commissioner Parry?
Yeah, I think this is very much what the Luce was anticipating for mixed-use boulevard, and it fits very, very nicely on the site, and on the question of whether to differentiate or try to bring them more together. I would encourage differentiation, and the reason for that is that, you know, when you look along Lincoln Boulevard, it's rare that you see a, 4-lot wide single development. So to fit with the pattern of the boulevard, your inclination to me makes sense, and I guess from there it's just a matter of making that differentiation work. Hopefully ARB sees it the same way. It's a little, I found it a little bit challenging with this project, looking through the plans to really try to picture what the experience would be like to walk through it. Well, to really understand how the light would play through it, because there's such changes from floor to floor. But I guess I would just make a personal request that when this comes back as a draft DA, you have a nice big model that we can really look at and understand, how the open spaces work, and also just because this seems like the primary force behind this being treated as a DA rather than a DRP is the shifting of parking spaces in order to accommodate the proposed fire station. I kind of see it as this is a DA to serve a public benefit, to serve a community benefit, and that the city's reach in terms of requesting community benefits, additional community benefits, should be modest.
I'll go down to Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi. Did you wish to add anything?
It's my usual mantra, as many solar collectors on the roof as possible.
Cool. Commissioner Fresco.
In terms of the way it all looks, I think it uses the space well. 200 feet is super long. I think that might have triggered a DA if our downtown community plan goes the way we've been talking about, just because it's so long. Is it 150 feet or 250 feet in the draft?
It was
of
300.
Street frontage. You don't... No? I dreamt that?
No, there isn't. That's not a DA threshold for length of...
Mr. Sakaris has got
It was
something
some
he'd
kind
like
of
to add.
threshold. There's something I remember. I haven't looked at that thing.
It's qualified as a large building type.
But that doesn't trigger it.
No, that wouldn't trigger it.
Never
yeah.
mind.
Right.
I take that back. I knew there was something in there. Okay, I didn't memorize it. Sorry.
Well, you can call me at 1 o'clock when you find it. All right.
I will. So anyway, moving on. I feel like at the street level it's broken up so well with the plaza in between, and that the yellow frame is so different and dynamic that I think that the different finishes on the two different sides are unnecessary, especially because they're really not touching. The different levels of courtyards is super cool, if you ask me. I think that that creates a different kind of neighborhood interaction. A lot of these notes are about the affordable. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Again, I've always wished for more 2 bedrooms and fewer 1 bedrooms for a more stable community. And then I just have another thing that I just wanted to point out to the commission as we move forward in the downtown plan. This is replacing a building that had it was an Art Deco commercial building, looked at by the Landmarks Commission, didn't qualify as a landmark. They don't have any other kinds of tools for designating a thing like that right now, so they passed on it, so it's a demolition. And this building goes in, and there's the widening of the sidewalks. There was never even a thought or a discussion or even a hope or a dream of adaptive reuse. Once again, the way all of the structures in our ordinances are set up, it never comes up. It's not really viable or possible. And the sidewalk widening in particular makes it pretty much impossible. And maybe on Lincoln Boulevard there isn't, you know, these kinds of buildings that aren't landmarks add context and fabric that contribute to actual landmarks that are nearby. We don't have that on Lincoln. It's not as much of a tragedy. But on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Street, where we're talking about widening sidewalks, much smaller amounts, it would be really tragic to the way those streets look and their historic character and feeling. So I had to put that pitch in there.
You just never
You
let
guys
that
just
alone,
hang
don't
on.
you?
I will not let go. I hate that sidewalk widening, and this is an example of how it will help make it really hard for us to achieve our goals. But back to this project. I know that's what you wanted to hear about. I think that, again, you know, we've already kind of had this discussion in a lot of ways. You know, I think that everything needs to be loose platinum, LEED platinum, and you know, all the TDM stuff, that's all kind of boilerplate. I'm still, you know, we didn't really, nobody commented, our charming chair rushed us to the end before. I would love to hear what you guys think about the idea of considering some sort of new kind of modified market rate voluntary rent stabilization idea as a community benefit. Maybe not this time, maybe this time, I don't know, we'll see. But, you know, if that seems like something that we would want staff to think about or discuss, or if we wanted to give ideas about that, or what you can say about it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kennedy. And just on that point, the planning department will think about your idea because you've raised it, and they'll bring back a more considered judgment, I guess, whether it's doable, viable, legal, what are the ins and outs of it as we move forward. It's not that you just said it and no one will consider it. But I think all of us would appreciate a little more. Yeah, see, there it is, right in the middle of the page.
Yeah.
But Commissioner Kennedy and then Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, I'll add a little weight to your comments. I agree. I would like to hear the staff come back with some more information about that kind of a thing, too. So I'll just say a lot of my comments are similar to the comments for the other project. I still would like to see the staff, you know, exploring increased quantities of affordable on-site and see, you know, how far or where you can go by really expanding the scope of the negotiation in that regard. I think, because we heard in the previous project that there is the need for the level of affordability at the two different ends, for example, the 30 and the 80, I would like to see, like I said in the previous, you know, instead of 30% and 100 at AMI, I would say 30 and 80. No pony walls, you know, nothing like that, with, you know, no potential for that. So that has to be like sewn up, locked down, whatever it takes in future agreement. Again, you know, high quality construction so that people can have peace of mind living in their units. I am okay with the bridge feature connecting two buildings that essentially have different styles, but I'm okay with that, and I'm okay with the two different styles, but I'll just say that the southernmost design really, to me, looks very office building like. I'm not a big fan of those vertical kind of windows. I think it's dark and drab. It doesn't look very inviting. So to me, that southern design on that portion of the building is a real miss instead of a hit. So I think that needs to be relooked at. I don't know how many retail spaces this is replacing, but as a community benefit or a goal, just would be to replace as many as possible. You know, so if there was 5, there should be 5, or get to as close to that as possible, so that the street does stay active, and people still are able to meet their needs with neighborhood serving retail without having to jump in a car. And it's going to be obviously easier because of where this building is, but we don't want to make it harder by having projects all over the downtown take out 2 or 3 or 4 retail spaces and like replace it with one restaurant or one, something or other. So that I think is a really important aspect of this. I mean, I would always like to see more 3-bedroom units if possible. Oh, and then, yes, I have the same concern as the ARB, as was pointed out in the staff report, that those rear units on the ground floor are going to have some kind of, less appeal for people to go ahead and rent the space, but also potential safety, light and air, and other issues. And maybe there's some way to, we saw the designs, maybe there's a way to put, services more perpendicular to the street, but in the rear there, and bring forward those ground floor units and have them face a courtyard, but in a different direction. I don't know how it can be redone, if at all, but I mean, just, thinking, that's not my thing, that's your thing, but you can, take, just make sure that it isn't just going to be these like forgotten, dark, misplaced units.
Can I just ask you a question?
Yeah.
You said 2 things that contradict them
What did I
themselves.
say? Okay,
Before
great.
you said that you wanted a glass enclosure across the front of the living area, and then you were worried about light and air getting to the back units.
Well, first of all, the sun doesn't come down to the street level and shine through. I mean, it's going to reflect and come through, so that's true at some because of the way the sun comes up, and it will come through. But what I was envisioning was not closing it off with bricks, but closing it off with glass. So glass will still let the light and air through. I don't know if it's well, that's true. But you could have, it could be open at the top and glass. I mean, there's obviously,
I just wondered if there was a preference.
Yeah, I definitely want to have air circulation through the whole project. I want light circulation through the whole project. But that you already heard my comment on the ground floor plaza. It's great that it's wide. And with some retail on either side, I personally don't see that as becoming some kind of super attraction for people who live there and people who walk by. I see it as very functional space. You're going to be getting into, and there's going to be people who live there coming and going at different times, and people bringing packages, and there's the mailman, and then that safety feature. So I would consider closing it off in the most open way possible. But the idea of like some kind of metal boardwalk gate or like they have, and that's not a really good thing at all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Parry.
Yeah, I was going to just respond to the call for comments about some kind of DA requirement that would restrict future rent increases on residential units. Just and as a concept, I'm personally open to it in particular situations. For example, I believe that was done at 1112 Pico Boulevard, where there were units on site that had been Ellised, and that there was at least a conceptual connection between rent-controlled units being lost and the new units being rent-controlled at the new levels, but that there was some kind of concept there. But in general, I think we should be selective about how we use the community benefits, the community benefit opportunities that we have, and directing it toward real areas of need and getting things that we don't have. And the fact of the matter is we have a pretty abundant supply of residential units that have that feature in Santa Monica. So because of that doesn't put that particular benefit at the top of the list, considering all the others.
So I'll make some comments about the building. The building strikes me as almost 3 different elements chasing each other. You've got that southern end that is very grey and square, You've got the northern end, which is you've tried to make a little more slick and kind of aluminium, and then tie it together with the yellow punch out. It doesn't really work at the moment completely. It's not different enough to make it two different buildings, but it's different enough to make it look a little unusual, and the yellow doesn't seem to go all the way along. So I certainly think the southern end needs work. I have seen the vertical windows work extremely well in a hotel, but they would be in a different configuration for the southern end. So how you reconfigure that or redraw those three elements to make them work better along that particular stretch, that's your particular skill, and so we would expect you to do that. How it works at a street level is particularly important. I do share many people's view that many small retail openings is a much more interesting environment to have along a stretch of sidewalk. And as we see Lincoln change, we want to replicate what was there at one stage and what is an interesting environment, which is to pass many different things. It can be a series of cafes, it can be whatever. We've got a widened sidewalk, as Commissioner Fresco's pointed out, but we're trying to build or create with buildings an urban environment that's pleasant to be in, despite the fact there's lots of cars, and that can also work. And so it's really critical that happens. The opening that you've got in place may play into that. That may be a place you want a cafe retail environment or something. I'm concerned about the units at the back, and as I was in the other building with the units on the upper floors that don't receive enough light and air. And so the back in general needs some work because it'll be seen from other parts of the city, but the units that are low need a considerable amount of work. Otherwise they'll be dark all day long. They front an alley, so they'll get a lot of that ambient noise that goes on all the time, and they'll be very unattractive. So I think you need to think about how you reconfigure it. On the other hand, what's interesting is that following the loose and the zoning update, we are producing the sorts of buildings that we thought we would produce, which are conforming to the standards that we set out. This one, because of the complicated deal and the easement that was there, doesn't conform, but only just. So I understand that. Otherwise, it would be just at the ARB. It wouldn't be us dealing with it. So you've really got two design bodies looking at it in a way, planning and ARB, and that's probably not a good thing, but it's what you're stuck with. In terms with the community benefits, you do need again to be environmentally leading, and you need to be where all the other DAs have been in terms of what you come back with. I don't even think that's a discussion point. That's where we're taking the rest of the city in terms of what they have to produce. You've got the TDM. On this DA, as with the other one, I think it's even more important to tie 7-Eleven in for review and discussion, because this will be completed as the first part of this complicated movement of the walnuts around the city with the little P underneath. And I'm thinking this is coming back relatively quickly, so there's a bit of work to be done, but tying up the affordable housing and the benefits that come out of it will be really critical. So are there some other thoughts here at this stage? Can I have a motion then, please, on this? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, you're moving the staff recommendations?
Yes.
It's very exciting.
Hardly ever happens.
You're a difficult man to please, but you've taken this on, so thank you. And Commissioner Parry seconding?
Yeah,
yes.
I would like to take the opportunity here, the special opportunity to second.
This is a unity ticket. It's from left to right in the Planning Commission. It's really great. All those in favour of the staff recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, please say no. You now float off to City Council. Well, staff. Yeah. No, you're not going to City Council? Oh, okay. Okay. You're all right. This is just a review. No, I didn't say that. No, I said that if it would be a design review for them, much more than us. Anyway, let's do this. We have written communications, none. Future Commission agenda items. I emailed Mr. Martin earlier in the evening and asked that a a discussion about circulation specifically be brought to the Planning Commission going forward. I first did this a year ago, and I think it's really important. For two reasons. The city has now prioritised circulation and mobility as one of its top 5 priorities. Traffic is on everyone's mind everywhere all the time, and I think we are going to have a difficult summer with low gas prices and people wanting to come to the beach. And if anyone saw this morning's LA Times, circulation's clearly on everyone's mind. So it's now up to you, I think, to think about that.
Right. So I talked to Francie this afternoon about when we could actually bring something back. First off, let me say, I mean, the commission can have a discussion really anytime you like. We could have it as a discussion item. But if you're looking for staff to provide input, which I think that's the idea, is that we have more of a workshop, we would recommend this probably August, September. We are doing, obviously Expo opens a month from today. We have the Open Streets event in June. Francie and Suja Lowenthal from Big Blue Bus are assigned to the mobility goal, and so they are formulating recommendations around that. So we'd like an opportunity to get those things together and then come back to the commission in August with a summary of everything that's gone on and have a kind of a workshop type discussion about it. We are also doing a circulation discussion for the DCP, and that's scheduled in July. So we have things really May, June, July kind of rolling out. We think it'd be good to take all those things together, kind of look at what's going on, then come back to you with a kind of robust discussion of all that's happened.
Well, I think that's a good idea, and it was not my idea just to have a discussion, but in the same way as the environment discussion began to inform everything that we did, that it be something that we could make recommendations, see blueprints, but have some practical impact, especially when we've had 2 or 3 months of the metro operating bike share, and I think car share gets underway pretty shortly. It's like, okay, pulling that together, what's the next stage and what's the goal? So, okay, we'll rely on you to schedule that. Any other agenda items for the Commission? There doesn't seem to be any public input. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
Let me just throw out one other idea, and it's very quick. And Commissioner Fresco was sort of heading down that road. In Ocean Park, which is a kind of a unique neighborhood, we have a nice mix of single-family duplexes and econo boxes. As we subtract the single families, we slowly move and become more like mid-cities. We become less of an eclectic neighborhood and more of an apartment neighborhood. And somewhere out there where you cross that line, you lose that, what I would call the character of the neighborhood. So a discussion might be valuable for us is how do we ensure that instead of trying to fight this thing retail, we already have a plan in place that when you drop below a certain level of single-family homes, a certain level below a certain level of duplexes, you can stop the train. Because otherwise everyone comes plowing through by right. You can't stop the train. That's what was happening with the Fifth Street project. So it's a more conceptual discussion, in this case applied to Ocean Park, but it might be applied to
we do have an opportunity because we've got the cleanup of the zoning or the discussion of the policy issues coming with zoning, and we could easily have a discussion about threshold limits for Ocean Park as part of that discussion.
Yeah.
And that would be sensible because we could give immediate impact to it if that were the case. Perhaps that needs to go on Ms. Yar's list. Well, no, but that's what the discussion... Maybe they will, but that's part of the discussion. Commissioner Parry.
I would just suggest that it be that we do discuss it, and that it be framed broadly enough to include discussion of the neighborhood conservation overlay districts and what the expected timeline is on moving forward with those. That seems like a logical tool once we have it.
Thank you. We're adjourned.